Adam Farkas, welcome back to NORA 2020, Day 2. I am joined, as always, by Paul Farkas and Steve Silverberg. How you doing, guys?
Hi,
Great.
Guy. Everything's going good.
Good
Excellent.
first day, hopefully good second day.
Excellent. Yes, it was fun yesterday. We had a much larger crowd than I had anticipated. I don't know about you guys. I didn't think we would have so many people showing up.
Yeah, 1,000 people. That's impressive for a
It's
specialty
actually
conference.
1,030 now, and the amount in the actual lectures was phenomenal. Much more than we get for our CE Wire because it's more spread out. But I think these people are really interested in education as well as the credits. It's a good show.
Absolutely. And, we have a lot on tap for everyone today as well. The show is another full day of lectures today. And actually, let me pull up the website so people can see what's going on here today and what courses are on tap. So let's pull this on up so everyone can see it. And Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Here we go. Yeah, it's amazing the number of courses that we have. Okay, so here we go. So today, starting off with Introduction to Neuro-Optometric Rehabilitation, Vision Screening and Interventions for Allied Therapy Professionals. So this is a good overview for those wanting to get into it. Then a lecture on syntonics. So we learned yesterday what that was, or at least I did. So
There doesn't seem to be any sin in syntonics. It
nope.
seems to be accepted.
And it seems to be the term optometric phototherapy has become the acceptable term for it, I guess, or the new term. I can never keep up with things, but I guess that's what people are using.
hmm And you've indicated today that your experience as yourself being in Oregon and having no light, so you could use some syntonics at this point in
Yes,
time.
100%. I actually have my little lamp in the closet over here. I'm about to drag it out because my full spectrum lamp, because this is ridiculous. We've had no sunlight here. I'll get to that in a second. I'll show everyone what we're living through here. It's
Oh,
been
God.
it's been quite an incident. But anyway, lecture on syntonics, 2 hours long. It should be great. So talking about syntonics and TBI care. So this is a novel application for it, so this will be pretty cool. Deanne Fitzgerald returns again with another lecture, this one on eye movements and motor therapy. So definitely check it out. We had a great interview with her yesterday. She's one of the driving forces behind this show as well, she and her partner Casey, so it's been fantastic to work with them. Then a lecture all about neuroplasticity and how it's the key to vision rehabilitation after traumatic brain injury. And neuroplasticity. I remember 30 years ago when I was just starting to learn about this stuff. The idea it was as you became an adult, your plasticity kind of didn't get so plastic anymore. It was much more challenging. But as we're discovering, the brain is really kind of incredible. And it does remain, somewhat plastic throughout your lifespan. And they're going to talk about how this plasticity can be impacted by activity in this lecture as well. Um, so understanding the differential diagnosis of different kinds of cerebellar and peripheral vestibular disorders utilizing ocular movements. So again, just using nothing but the power of observation can help you with your differential, right? If you don't want to engage in $1 million workup, if you're very careful about the way you observe things, you can actually do a lot of diagnosis that way. So pretty cool
Yep.
stuff. And whoops, come on back, computer. There we go. Um,
There it is.
and so neuro-optometric rehabilitation of neuroprocessing disorders, the latest on MS, Parkinson's disease, and dementia. So obviously this is sort of a lecture to keep you up to date on what's happening with these diseases. And that's about it for the lectures today. And that's a full
Well,
slate. And unlike CWire, as Steve mentioned, you don't have to jump back and forth between a lot of different tracks, which is kind of nice. You can just sit,
yep.
lean back and just start watching. So it's pretty cool and not as overwhelming.
And as
So
I
the whole
mentioned
day is
yesterday,
a single
I
track
said yesterday,
today?
sure, you talk, Paul, guys.
Yeah, you just that. Are any of them on dual tracks or everything on a single track today?
I,
Uh, I'll tell you right now. For example, the first lectures both start at 11 o'clock, the Introduction to Neuro-Optometric Rehabilitation and Syntonics. So after that, I believe it's a single track, but the first two start together.
correct. Yeah, the first
Right.
So just,
two start together in two separate rooms, and after that, everything goes into one room.
right.
So with the first one, if you missed one of them, you wanted to see both, you can see it on demand.
Right.
almost
Everything.
immediately.
Yep,
So,
everything will be available on demand through October 31st. I know there was an email that went out that said everything's on demand through October 1st. It's actually October 31st, so people don't have to panic. Hopefully, another email will
but
go out correcting it.
And if anybody,
however, the proviso is that today you'll get immediate credit, and you just have to be in there for 50 minutes. If you take it on demand and you want CE credit, you have to take a short quiz.
Correct.
and the
So,
big deal is that it's live today, live, just as if you went to a conference, while on demand is called enduring and has a different categorization by the states. It's really easy to get on demand, by the way. There's tabs on the top of the page, and it just says on demand video, so you can watch any of the old lectures on demand, even something from yesterday, for example, in the downtime.
yep. And I just put up on the screen right now the rules for successfully completing live CE. And again, as Steve mentioned, because of COVID-19, Arbo has changed the rules about live CE online. So if you watch something online now, you don't have to take a test. Normally, the way CE works online is whether you watch it live or not, you have to take a 10-question quiz at the end. Now, because of COVID, they're saying for live CE taken online, there is no quiz. Just show up and watch. We'll automatically keep track of your credits for you. And as long as we have your OE tracker number, we'll submit it to Arbo automatically. And people, if they're not listening to us right now, are probably in the classes. They probably saw my little movie on how to make sure that your OE tracker number is entered properly into our system. But even if, God forbids, happen and it's not, we're keeping track of what you're watching, and we can always enter in your OE tracker number later, and you'll still get your credits. You don't have to worry about that your credits are going to somehow disappear. They're all there. So don't worry. You'll get credit if you watch something.
And then spend the full 50 minutes, except if the course ends in less than 50 minutes. Then it's okay to leave early.
Yeah, so you shouldn't leave early until that course is over because that's what the software looks for. It looks to make sure that you're there. And that's not our rule, that's Arbo's rule. So the way we set the software up, we follow the rules that Arbo has laid out for us. And we're pretty, strict about it, right? We want to make sure we follow their rules. We don't want to get in trouble with them. We want to make sure your credits count. I know that I've seen other places cut corners a little bit during the pandemic. We don't do that. We've been doing this for a very long time now. It's been, what, 6 years? And
Yep.
we always try to follow the rules very strictly. So you're not going to see many corners cut here. You have to actually sit through that lecture to get credit.
As an example, Adam, I've been on other sites where when you did require a quiz, I actually skipped the lecture, took the quiz, passed it, and got credit, and I never listened to the lecture. We would not allow that.
Yeah, and because that's bogus. And what could end up happening is if somebody reported those other sites to Arbo, they could actually say, you know what, no more. We're not going to honor those credits. We're going to, pull your accreditation. So
Potential.
we don't want that to happen to us. So that's why we're kind of strict about it. So, but anyway, we're always here to help. If you have a problem, support at NORA2020.com. Just send an email, and we can always fix anything that happens. That's why they pay us, right?
Yep.
We're here.
The big
Not
bucks.
enough.
Pay us the big bucks,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, I think they paid for breakfast.
Yeah. So that's what's going on here today. We're gonna have a bunch of interviews as well. Before we do that, I just want to remind everyone to go to the exhibit hall. I'm not going to run down all the sponsors right now because we don't have time before our first interview, but I'll do that in a little bit. Um, but definitely check out the exhibit hall. The deals are there for you, but you have to enter the exhibit hall to take advantage of them and reach out to the sponsors. But before our first interview, I want to just let people know, what's happening here. You can probably hear it in my voice a little bit. Normally, we're on camera and it's very interactive, and we have, this high-tech equipment to do, really very much like a sports center kind of thing. Today, obviously, you just hear my voice. The studio that I have here is all disassembled, and a lot of it's in my car. Because you don't realize it, but we're here in Oregon. We're right on the edge of those wildfires that you keep hearing about, and in an evacuation zone. So if I can put it up on the screen so people can see what's been happening, we're right on the edge of this evacuation zone to the point where they've told us get ready to leave at a moment's notice. So that's why the studio is all packed up, and we're doing this from rather low tech equipment today. So that's why it's a little bit different. If you haven't been following what's been happening out here, if you look at the satellite picture that I'm showing you right now, that's smoke. And so the entire West Coast has been blanketed in smoke. The particulates here have been through the roof. We've been at over 500 for our AQI for the past several days now. It's getting to be a little bit old, so we're all kind of trapped indoors. If you go outside, Here's a time lapse picture of Portland over
Yeah.
the last couple of days. You can get a sense of what you're looking at there is not fog. That is
That's not a
smoke.
cloud.
That's not a cloud. That is
Okay.
smoke. And in fact, I'll show you an even more impressive picture from yesterday afternoon after the live stream ended, right? So here's a picture of, I live on a town just south of Portland on a lake. Here's what the lake usually looks like, right? And from the same vantage point yesterday afternoon, this is what it looks like. Um, and again, none of that is fog. That is smoke. And we are absolutely covered in it. We haven't seen the sun now in several days, and it's getting difficult to breathe. So
Wow.
if
By the way, people with COVID, this could be worse for the lung condition and actually cause more morbidity and mortality.
Absolutely, and of course, so many people have had their homes burned down, and they've had to go to shelters, and now they're getting close to each other as well. So it's like a double whammy.
No.
This is not something, and it's funny actually. Our movie theater in our little downtown area always has cute signs running up on their board there, and that's what they had up yesterday. So it's been a little bit challenging here, to say the least. But we're going to try to muddle through today and have some interviews for you. We're going to be talking to not only some of the speakers that are at the conference today, but also a lot of our sponsors as well to learn about their products. And in a few minutes, we're going to be speaking to the folks from Brightlamp. And they're going to call in, and we're going to learn a little bit more about their product. Since yesterday, I was intrigued by it. I didn't really understand how it works. So if we pull up, let me pull it up so I can show people what we're talking about, since they are the first sponsor they're going to be talking to this morning. So let me pull up
But as
there.
they come on, I think all three of us got a nice education in some of these sponsors and products. I think we're more well versed than we were at the beginning of yesterday, and some of them are pretty impressive.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I knew very little about any of these sponsors before we started talking yesterday, and now I'm getting a real sense of what they do. So this is
There we go.
Brightlamp, and they have this technology platform for measuring the pupillary light reflex just through an iOS device, right through an iPhone, which is crazy, right? I mean, when you think about how far tech has come, it's kind of amazing that the iPhone can do this. And I wanted to speak to the folks there because not that they're going to reveal how their secret sauce works, but I'm kind of curious as to how they put this together, because I'd never seen anything like this before.
And just realize you are picking up an afferent pupillary defect with that. So things like optic neuritis, perhaps glaucoma in the end stages or progression of it. So anytime the pupil is slow to react with respect to the other one, it's great diagnostics that you could convey to your practitioner from the convenience of your couch.
Yep. So pretty cool stuff. So we'll have them on. One of our other sponsors yesterday as well. I got to experience one of their products, and we'll talk about them in a little bit. They actually came over here after the show was over. It's kind of funny. I didn't realize the one of the executives from one of the sponsors lives close by to me, and came over and dropped off their products so I could play with it. So I'll show you a little movie later of that as well. So it's going to be an interactive kind of day. Should we survive, that is, if we survive the fog.
And speaking of interactive, NORA typically is a live show, and a lot of this stuff should be interactive with hands-on. We're doing our best to simulate that, but hopefully by next year it'll be back to normal, whatever normal is next year. So people can have wet labs and hands-on with all these devices and all the sponsors.
Yeah, and I
As well
was
as
I was
lectures.
talking to a couple of the sponsors too, and their feeling is that even if things come back live next year, they still want to have some sort of online component to all of this because the reach is bigger, right? So we mentioned that we've
Sure.
had over 1,000 people at the NORA conference, and I've looked at where some of these people are from, and there is no way that they would actually attend an in-person conference. We're getting many people from outside the United States, all over the world. You're getting people from Australia. We have someone from Ukraine, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So all kinds of folks are coming to this that would never be able to make it otherwise. So I think, you know, regardless of
It's good
whether
to have,
COVID passes, I think people are going to want this kind of online component as well.
sure.
I
I mean,
think in
it's double whammy.
general, optometry in general is going to become much more online after the COVID virus uh, runs its course. So even if they're going to be live programs, the online programs will also be a component of
Sure.
optometric education from now
They'll
on.
support each other rather than being competitors of each other.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, I think this COVID has sort of forced this action, but I know that a lot of the companies that run in-person conferences are very resistant to do this. And it's obviously economics would be one big reason why they don't want to do it. Because look, if you, I guess a lot of people do like to make a trip to Las Vegas every year. I know I do. Um, I like going to Vision Expo West. I think it's fun. It's interesting to actually see people and touch all the equipment and so forth. But I can imagine that there are people who do not want to make that trip, and they'd much rather
Right.
just do it virtually. So we'll see if that actually becomes a thing going forward.
I could see in New Jersey we have a statewide convention which was canceled this year, and they were going to have wet labs with injectables and SLT, which is a laser technique. Of course, that can't be done online, but that can be done in person, and all the rest of the lectures can be done. And we're beating dead horse by saying you save the airfare, the hotel, the taxis, the food, and you don't have to give up days of work. NORA is typically, I believe, a 4-day conference, right? And
Yeah,
it's hard to give up 4 days from your office.
yep. Yeah, so for some people, this is definitely the more convenient option. So I think it'll stick around. Meanwhile, I just heard our next guest arrive. I think. Let me see.
Oh,
Yeah, hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. Happy to be here.
All right, Curtis. So let me introduce you. So Curtis, you are the founder and CEO of Brightlamp. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. So you're the guy we wanted to talk to because yesterday we were looking at your product and we were intrigued. And I'm like, we probably should bring Curtis in here.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's an interesting, cool thing that me and my team have developed, and we're happy that you guys have been able to see it, and happy to share more about it.
Yeah, so I'll pull it up on the screen here so people can see it. Now, I was kind of amazed that you were able to sort of get this functionality out of an iPhone. So maybe we can just speak a little bit to how you actually did this. I mean, I know some of it's proprietary, obviously, but what gave you
Sure.
the idea to do this, and how did you actually go about implementing it?
That's an excellent question. If we're going to answer that question, we have to throw back all the way to when I was in college. So I have an experience in diagnostics and novel disease detection systems. And I was working on breast cancer biomarkers at the time, utilizing proprietary classifiers for blood serum proteins. And I wanted to apply that technology in such a way that we could do it for computer vision. And at that time, concussions were a huge problem in the news cycle. And so what we decided to do after following the patient journey through people who are experiencing mild traumatic brain injury was implement a computer vision procedure for monitoring the pupils, something we're all very familiar with, but do it in a more pragmatic, highly accurate, programmable way to where we could garner the most information. So given that context, we sought out a 3-year development period where we would build out basically the world's most powerful pupillary evaluation tool from a programming standpoint. I can tell you that when we first started this trajectory and getting this all cleared out, that our system took 15 minutes to process a single eye initially. And it's now down to maybe a couple of seconds just because of the amount of work we've been able to pour into it. So it works by analyzing the pixels and you could say retrofitting those to a particular curve associated with the pupillary response in a way that is less than 1 millimeter mean average error.
Wow. And,
what uses does it have? Concussions are obvious, but are you using it also for things like optic neuritis, glaucoma, and do you compare the two eyes together to get some information to the practitioner?
Yeah, so those are excellent points and an excellent question. One thing that we've discovered in going down this path is the amount of breadth that a tool like this has. So we started off with concussions naively because we saw a problem, and me and we also naively believe that we can fix everything. So we went into it and all right, we're going to solve this one problem. But as we began implementing and expanding on this, we found out that there's so much more that could be wrapped up into the pupillary light reflex. And so part of our endeavors into the current iteration of the product and then implementing a new iteration of the product here in the coming months is to harness additional features that will give the clinician more power in how they can analyze pupillary light reflex and compare it. So you can do 2 eyes in succession, and you can compare those. They'll be a part of a single group. You can do 1 eye, and then you can do another eye a week later, and then you can compare those with each other. You can also do something that Dr. Carrick, one of our scientific advisors, has been implementing, where it's basically internal standard for baselining. And you will have a test. You will have the user perform an action during that test. So you have the initial sequence where they will be baselined in the test, and then the action will trigger a response. Now, I'm saying all this because the feature set is not limited to any sort of disease state or injury state. It is relevant to autonomic functionality, period. So we're receiving information. Sorry, go ahead.
Now, so for example, let's take it a very practical approach. This device is owned by a professional football team. You could do a baseline on all 50 players before the season begins, and then if something happens, you can compare the baseline to the event, the concussion, or whatever it was, right at the field level, correct?
Yeah, you can do it at the field level. The recommendation is that you standardize your approach to it, so make sure you keep ambient lighting conditions relatively constant, so you can take them out into the locker room, or a lot of groups now have tents available on the field as well. So as long as you have that standardized system in place, then yeah, you can basically test this and look for autonomic disturbances or malfunctions.
And it's good to do the baseline on all the players first, as you said, so you have the normal function, and then you compare to whether it's changed or not. That's great.
Correct. Yeah, definitely. But then an interesting concept with our technology is it can actually work in the opposite fashion. So let's say you didn't have a baseline, but you know that they have a concussion or a suspected concussion. You can test them, and then you can follow up with them. It'll actually gauge recovery over time.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's a very interesting implementation for the system, because we do know that the brain is working harder to accommodate particular tasks under concussion, right? It's not a structural thing. That's why, even though people will do MRIs and all of that, you're not looking for, the cognitive state of it. You're looking for structural damage. So the best that you can do, gold standard wise, is fMRI to map the brain, and you'll see how it reroutes. I work very closely with a man named Dr. Eric Naumann at Purdue University, and he has implemented a number of studies that show that neuronal remapping in the brain. And that's essentially what we're measuring on the autonomic front with our system. So you can gauge how much better somebody is getting if you do this after the fact of being concussed over the sequence of weeks and possibly months, depending on their prognosis and their recovery timeline.
Got it. One thing that we mentioned, I pulled up your show special here, but one thing that you guys had mentioned is Reflex Pro, right? So a version of the software that runs on an iPad Pro. Can you run down a little bit about the difference between, the existing version and what's coming out? And I'm assuming you're leveraging a lot of the more powerful tech on the iPad Pro?
Yeah, exactly. So the interesting part about when we set out this product is we wanted to be a distributed mobile solution. We wanted any clinician or any medical professional to download Reflex if they needed it, use it in their practice. And the most obvious vehicle for that is a mobile phone, since we live in this digital tech resurgence era of software implementation. But we also need to take a step back and consider the fact that personal devices become a challenge in the clinic. So, let's say nurses, for example, if they ever wanted to use some sort of device like this, they would struggle to be able to use that in their field, because it's usually looked down upon to have it in their mobile phone. But the iPad solution and its implementation is a more clinically relevant aspect. It's a distributed system that most clinics have. And like you had mentioned, it's far more powerful. So we can process tests on the order of 2 times to 3 times faster using the iPad solution than if you're using the iPhone solution. And as an added bonus, we're including onboard analytics for the iPad solution as well. So if you're in Reflex today for mobile, one of the things you don't get because of screen real estate is deep analytics into the historical tracking of your patients. The iPad solution is going to be bringing that forefront into the application, so you can see, percentile metrics for each of the specific parameters. We're including things like the Glasgow Coma Scale in this next implementation as well, and we're doing that in a very robust comparator way between even eyes on the same test and eyes on the previous test for charting and all of that. So you'll get a lot more bang for your buck, for one, in the iPad solution, and it enables you to treat it as more of that clinically relevant diagnostic tool.
Right.
So when people purchase the software and the device or the application, are you now encouraging them to package it with an iPad Pro to use for this exclusively, or could they use their own devices?
You can use your own iPad Pro. You can use one that is in the clinic. Really, it just needs to be utilized by a medical professional. But the cool part is, part of the Reflex Pro program is, if you purchase Reflex Pro, you're going to get Reflex Mobile as well, along with that product purchase. So it'll be a neat mix-up, right? Because you can still use the phone as maybe like the test vehicle. You can just take some quick tests, and you can still use the iPad as your hub for analytics.
Right. So just so everyone understands, so the way it works is you can go to the App Store right now and download the app, and then you have a subscription that people pay for. You log in, I guess, on the app, and that's how it's activated.
You get, I like to believe that we're generous with our model, because we want to make sure that you love the product that you're seeing. So you get 14 days free. You just have to certify you're a medical professional. And you can go in, you can test the platform out and take as many tests as you need, get a feel for it, understand what you like, maybe suggest things that you would like as new feature sets coming up in our newest releases. And then after that, it will be $400 a year for the software system, or if you want to go on a monthly basis, it's $40 per month for the mobile solution. And then the iPad solution coming up is $1,200 a year.
And if there's updates, they will be included in that fee?
Yeah, it's not like if you were to buy a pupillometer today, like one of those hardware things that cost like $9,000 minimum, and you have to buy the next iteration of it in 5 years because it's that much better, right? You get all our software updates at your yearly subscription costs, and you get full customer service and support in order to make sure that we're giving you the best product possible. So you don't have to worry about your hardware being deprecated in a couple of years. You always get the latest and greatest Reflex.
Right, and so it's updated actually through the App Store, right? So you don't even have to really do anything outside of the App Store?
Yeah, as long as you have your auto updates turned on, something that we should all be really familiar with Apple. But if you have them turned on, it will auto update. If you don't, we will send you, we monitor who's on the oldest versions of Reflex, and we'll kind of bug you until you get it upgraded, because we want to make sure that not only you're getting the best implementation, but your patients are getting the best implementation as well.
Right.
So
and
we'll bug you.
I have a question about cost. Is that for a single unit, or will you have a discount if you have multiple units in a practice?
Yes, we do have an organization model. So all of the prices that I just gave you is if you're a single member practice running your own thing, that'll be your cost. And then let's say you have multiple locations and you have 1 or 2 iPads for each. There is a bit of relief as you upgrade. One thing that I will say is for current Reflex mobile users. So if you wanted to get in on this before the iPad release, we're giving you $400 off on the iPad solution. So it'll be $800 if you are on the mobile yearly right now.
Where are you finding the most reach for the product? Now, I know it's relatively new. Is it the optometrist, the functional neurologist, the athletic trainer, or sports performance? Where is it going at this point in time as far as the interest?
That's a great question. The interest, when we first set out for the firm, we did extensive market research to figure out where we should be putting our effort into selling this product. And all of the research told us that you want to know what, if we're going to target concussions, we need to be selling this to the athletic trainers and sports medicine docs. That was an incorrect evaluation. And the main problem is that they didn't understand the value in the pupillary light reflex or the information that's being received. Because those individuals are trained mostly on, do I see any reactivity at all with the pupils? Not so much what are the nuances associated with the temporal parameters and the static parameters of the pupils. Mm-hmm. So in our additional market research, and as we kept implementing this product, functional neurologists and optometrists love it. We've seen that this has been rapidly growing in this industry, and it makes sense in hindsight. But it just turns out that this is a tool, given this particular field that you guys are in, is relevant for the pupillary light reflex and how it matters for both neurological and optometric health. So I'd say that's definitely where we're getting this pull.
Yep. So I imagine it'll go downstream from the OD and MD to the athletic trainer, who now will be a little bit more schooled in it as time goes by. That it is a great approach on the field or to monitor concussions.
Yeah, exactly. And we're also, we're a class 1 510K exempt product. We're essentially a very high quality pupilometer that can give you a lot of data and direction for your decision making. But we don't have our clinical indication and clearance yet. We have all the data associated with it. We're working towards it. But that's when I would envision we would start onboarding more of that athletic community is once that clinical clearance is realized.
The information is great and obviously very useful. Are you working towards an ICD code so that the clinician could bill for insurance purposes, or is that something that is not being done now?
So we are. The predecessors in the pupillary light reflex field did a very poor job in setting up the billing component of this. So if you go and look at Aetna, they'll show that any sort of billing for the pupillary light reflex is still an experimental. Now, obviously, all of the research we've been conducting shows that that's no longer the case. So yes, we are working towards mechanisms to allow physicians to build this out as a revenue generating source, because we want to make sure that this is an implementation that's really worth your time. We want to both give the patients the best care possible, but also make it meaningful for the clinician as well. So that is something we're diligently working on.
That certainly would open up the floodgates, I think, in optometry, at least in ophthalmology.
Yep. And I'd say you could look for that here in the next, things move slowly. So next year and a half is probably when we'll start implementing that new billing mechanism.
Great. So I wanted to let everyone know, you have this offer going. To get a sneak peek at the pro version, but to get it, people have to go into your booth, and once you go into the Bright Lamp booth, there's going to be a list generated of people who have entered the booth. I'm going to take that list, and I'm going to then use a random number generator, perhaps even here on the air, and pick one person at random. I have one person who qualifies, actually. So Steve, you're disqualified. So I'm going to pick one person who's qualified to actually get.
I think we close down the show if I want it.
Yeah, so we'll do that later today. We want to give everybody a chance to actually get to the exhibit hall today. I know it's day 2 of the conference. We've had about 1,000 people so far, and hopefully they'll take a break from the lectures and come on into the exhibit hall and check it out. So yeah, so it's been great speaking with you today, Curtis. And I wish you nothing but success for the product. And I'm actually really intrigued. I might download it myself. I'm kind of curious. I want to see how it goes. Although my little iPhone will probably drop dead if I try it, because I haven't upgraded in a very long time.
Yeah, please do. As far as the benefit to using this product is, you get a nice, flashy, brand new phone, plus you get the latest and greatest and powerful pupilometer system, all for really a fraction of the burden of what you would see today. And it just keeps getting better from there. We're always implementing new analytics and new, more powerful ways that you can use this technology.
Very cool. Well, thanks so much for being here today.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it, guys.
Bye-bye, Chris. Great stuff.
All right. That was fun. So I learned a lot. See, I didn't know any of this yesterday.
Well, just picture the difference between that and the device that's there's one device that does this kind of in the office that's $40,000 or $50,000 and not mobile, and you can have the patient monitored from home. It's just powerful, and the cost is minimal. uses, I think, are even far more than he thinks in terms of dicing people with Horner's syndrome, various other things that happen with the pupil, as well as even amblyopia. An amblyopic eye, the pupil doesn't respond as well, but you can see how your therapy is going, at least have a number rather than just an acuity number. So I could see other uses that he might not even be aware of. In fact, I think I'll become a consultant for the company.
There you go. Yeah, it's just amazing, though, the amount of power that's packed into the iPad and the iPhone these days. And it's fun to see how developers are sort of coalescing around this, knowing that people are going to have this power at their disposal, and how they're creating new products, that were previously impossible or very difficult to implement. Because you think about it, before the iPad, if you actually wanted to implement something like this, right, you'd have to get the hardware together yourself, and just especially for something like this where the scale isn't that great, right? I mean, how many units are you going to sell? Providing something like that without economies of scale would have been impossible. But now the hardware is at scale. You just have to develop the software to work with it. So it's pretty amazing.
And this software is right at our fingertips. A couple of clicks, I'll have it on my phone. On a personal level, Adam, I'm waiting for the 12 to come out. I have a 6 Plus, and so I'm in the ancient history category also. Hopefully they'll come out in October.
Yeah, I know. I've got an SE because I like small phones. I like being able to shove it in my pocket, but it's getting to the point where it's probably time to upgrade. So I'm with you. I'm just waiting. All right. So what time is it here? It is 8:20.
11:21.
So 11:20. So we have our next person coming up here momentarily. Let's see. Alana from FitLight will be here with us. And so we learned all about FitLight yesterday, as you recall, or don't recall. I don't know if you guys recall.
Yes. I put 2 in my pool. They work great. Okay.
Yeah, so we learned all about their system of using lights. One thing that I found really fascinating from yesterday was just the sheer number of products that people have come out with, where they all started sort of in the sports category, right? I'll put up FitLight's thing so we can see it here. But it's interesting because I guess that's where the money is, right? You start out with athletics, right? This is a place where people are willing to pay to get an edge, and then the products just sort of expand outward into medical applications.
Right. I think it's because athletics, first of all, anybody would do anything to get better at whatever sport they're doing. And whether it be a university or a professional or semi-pro team, they've got the financing behind it to buy products like this. You don't have to buy it as an individual. So there's twofold uses. So I'm looking at the website, and I'm seeing a boxer now with it's amazing. And they're doing planks with it. It's something that for the expense is going to be useful at any level of athletics.
You know what's hilarious about this, though, and I was talking to some of the marketing people behind these products at one of these companies, and the interesting thing is, even if your product is very good, when you market it to athletes, it's really difficult, because if you create something that works well, the athletes who use it don't want to share it with anyone else, and they'll keep it as quiet as possible. So here you have a situation where if you've created a superior product, it can be even more difficult to actually market it.
Yep. That's absolutely so. We used to find that with contact lens wearers in the early days. Once they were very happy, they wanted to keep it a secret that they ever wore glasses. So they would not be good referral sources. Versus people with the problem patients were great referral sources. The ones that were easy and didn't have any difficulties were not that good. So I assume the athletes are the same way, with keeping things under the vest.
Sure. If you go by what's happening in baseball now, I think the Oakland A's at the very beginning, 10, 15 years ago, started using analytics, where they scoped everything out, where people were hitting and pitching and stuff. Now baseball has become boring because the secret got out, and everybody's shifting the field where nobody can pull the ball and get it through the infield. So at first it was a secret, and then it became obvious what a team was doing, and now all teams are using it. Therefore, we all have the same playing field, the same technology, and the game is worse for it.
Right, and of course, though, you see people adapt, right? That's the funny thing. Right now, you're starting to see players who are hitting to the opposite field again. Most of the MVP candidates this year, because they realize, oh, this entire side of the infield is completely open. Why don't I try this? So, yeah.
But it's a copycat thing. But I could see whole teams doing it, and then, like you say, it's proprietary to a soccer, a baseball, football, basketball team. and people wonder, and then one little guy says, well, we've been using this light system, and then it disseminates through the whole world. But then they all have to use it, so it's great for these companies until they adapt to another technology. So real interesting stuff.
Yep.
I'm watching videos on the website as we talk to learn a little bit more about what doing specifically, and it's really you're seeing all these athletes from various sports doing techniques, but drawing a straight line now. Physical therapy, occupational therapy are getting involved with the same device to use in a more clinical therapeutic approach rather than enhancement.
Yep.
So I'm sure they'll talk about that again.
Yep. I can see if I can pull up their website without completely crashing our feed.
There's a lot of streaming, so
yeah, that's the challenge. But yeah. Yeah, so their lights look like they're industrial strength, but meanwhile, you can see obviously all the teams that use their products.
Yep.
I don't know if I don't know if I want to put
forever.
I don't know if I want to put the Knicks on there. I might remove that.
Well, like now you're showing the teams that are using it. You have the Knicks, you have the Yankees, and you have various professional teams now. That's going to disseminate to all of baseball, all of basketball, all of football, whatever, because they have an advantage.
Yep.
And hey, for the amount of cost for a professional team, this is a hundredth of a penny in their economics. So I could see it going throughout all the sports.
Yep. I always wondered too, forget about the teams, what about the individuals, right? Because if I'm a baseball player with the potential to make $100 million in my next contract, wouldn't I go and reach out to these companies myself, even if my team hasn't done it?
Oh, I think it's a rhetorical question, yes. Especially with all the resources they have.
Yeah.
And even the ones that are lower level are still making, 6 and 7 figure incomes.
Yep. All right, so hopefully we'll have someone from FitLight coming on here in a few minutes. I think we're a little bit early. But if we have a little bit of time, then. Oh wait.
There they are.
I think I heard somebody arrive. Let's see, Alana, is that you?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, perfect. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well, we were just showing off your product here. We were going over to your website and put it up on screen to show everyone what you're all about, and we were impressed by the number of teams that you have listed on the website.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, obviously, we're excited about the professionals, not just teams, but also healthcare professionals that use our system and love it. So that's a really big accomplishment for us that I'm proud of.
Excellent. Yeah, we were talking too about how the fact that sometimes athletes like to keep it quiet, even if they have something that they love, they like to keep it away from others just because they want to keep their edge, which is a pretty funny marketing problem.
Yeah, definitely. I guess the good thing is that, within let's say the NBA, for an example, a lot of the strength and conditioning coaches sometimes rotate between the teams. So if you get one or two that are adopters of the technology, then that usually, if they get moved somewhere else, they'll take the technology or tell their team, hey, we should get this. So that's a plus for us, definitely.
Sure. So do you want to tell everyone a little bit about the FitLight system? I know we were talking about it yesterday, but for anyone who didn't tune in yesterday, maybe just give us a brief overview of what it is and how it works.
Sure, definitely. So essentially, they're lights that, in its basic form, measure reaction time. I compare it to kind of individual stopwatches. So each light, essentially, by interacting with the light, either by motion or by impact, so either physically touching the light or kind of waving over it, it records your reaction time. So the lights themselves are essentially just a visual stimuli that you can set up or program any way you want that gives objective feedback. So it also obviously provides accuracy. So if you hit a light or miss a light. So, and the lights are essentially fully mobile. And like I said, you can program them in many different ways, the timing, the colors. You have an optional auditory cue. So it really enhances any type of, training or protocol that you're doing. Let's say if you did something with cones or something that was more static, then at least now with the lights, it gives you kind of objective feedback. It's interactive and it's also fun for the user.
And they mentioned yesterday, which should be highlighted, that it's sensor-driven. So in this age of COVID, you don't have to touch it. So various athletes can use the same devices.
That is correct. It's actually programmable, and we have a patent on that. And essentially, you can program it. I think it's up to it's 80 centimeters, which I think is almost 3 feet. Forgive me, I'm Canadian, so I'm still getting used to some of the measurements. But and as close as 10 centimeters. So yeah, in this age, like you mentioned, in COVID, you don't have to worry about people touching the lights or having to clean them all the time. So that's a plus, definitely.
Great.
Yep. Yeah, and I'm putting up pictures right now so people can take a look and see what it looks like. You also have a product that's for kids as well, right?
Well, we call it the Junior. It basically just is a simplified version of the software. The lights are the same, and the lights themselves are very durable. For example, you could run a truck over them and nothing will happen to them. But it's just a more simplified version of the software, whereas the programs are preset. You can still change things like the color, how you interact with the light, if you like a light to have the auditory cue, whereas the trainer is more fully programmable. You can program go, no-go tasks. I think Rob mentioned yesterday we have a lot of new cognitive games that were developed too. So the software and the trainer is more robust, but essentially the system itself acts the same because you are creating a visual stimuli for the user to react to. So in that sense, they're similar.
Right. And as Steve mentioned yesterday, you could also play a game of Simon, right, Steve, if you really wanted to?
Yes, you can make your own Simon, yes. So you're finding that, obviously this was a sports-driven thing at the very beginning. Are you finding more and more people using it for the neurorehabilitation aspects or the cognitive aspects for children?
Definitely. I think that market is definitely one, we've been paying attention to. And obviously this is our second year attending NORA, and similar shows like this, there's been a lot of interest. So again, as Rob mentioned yesterday, the latest software update kind of came out of some of the discussions that we had with people in this industry. I think too, the nice thing about it for kids is that it's fun for them. If they're doing some kind of exercise, I'll give you an example. My sister, she's a kid's physical therapist, and she uses the lights with kids at her facility. And she said, she had a boy that was very high functioning autistic who was nonverbal too, and he didn't like to have certain sensations. So she put the lights out in front of him, and then, he was walking on different types of turf and different types of floors that he never did before because the light was acting as a distractor for him. So that was, a really big kind of happiness moment for me because I like to hear stories like that.
Absolutely. And by the way, I'm on the site right now looking at the tablet controller, right? So that's sort of the heart of how things work. Those tablets look like they're ruggedized as well. You mentioned the lights themselves are probably almost indestructible, right? You could run them over. But it also looks like those tablets are pretty tough too.
They are, yes. We have kind of a rubberized cover over them because there's a transmitter that communicates with the lights, and the reason for that is because it gives a range of about 50 meters, and also it you don't have a interruption. Sometimes with Bluetooth, if you move too far or if there's a lot of what we call like noise, then the communication may get intermittent. But the tablet, though, it does have glass, so we've had people step on it and it cracks. So you kind of, just like your phone, if you get the heaviest duty case, you can still step on it and break it. So
yeah. So I always use a screen protector on my tablets too, especially because I have an 11-year-old around here, so I know what's going to happen. So.
Yeah.
But it looks like on your site too, you can buy accessories for the product as well, to use it in a wide variety of applications. I saw that you have a frame for it that you can use. You can mount it on walls. You can basically put it in a wide variety of situations.
Yeah, that's true. So that's also what's great about our system. Because it's mobile, you can carry it anywhere you go. So you can just, if put it in your car, and if you were training or going to visit clients, let's say at home or something, then it's easy that way. And then the accessories allows you to make it more versatile, so you can attach it to different surfaces, different heights. One of the new protocols is like a peripheral vision protocol, where you can have, let's say, 2 lights on a tripod in a person's peripheral vision, and then maybe attach the rest of the lights on the wall. So so it's really versatile in that sense with the accessories also.
Right.
On your site also, it's pretty impressive, all the various workouts you have, whether it be customized or otherwise. It spans every layer of sports, team sports, martial arts, functional fitness, competitive stuff. It's you really help the end user to do it.
We always say, we enhance what you're doing. We add an element of fun, objective feedback, and essentially we're so versatile that sometimes it's hard. Like, we're everything to everyone, and the system is very robust. So sometimes it's like overwhelming for people to say, like, I just want to do these protocols. But anytime a person gets our product, we offer Zoom training, or when pre-COVID, if there was someone close by, then we'd go to their facility and show them, this is how you actually implement it. So, but there is a whole library of videos on our YouTube channel in several disciplines. So I have to say, between our brand ambassadors and our users, they're very creative, and we get a lot of ideas from our end users for sure.
Excellent. And let me pull up on the screen here in a second. Whoops. The deal that you guys are running here at the show, so just everyone's aware, 15% discount on any size fit light trainer through October 13th. So if people want the discount, they should really go and hit up your booth right now. So there's a ton of information in there about the product, as well as how to get the discount.
No, definitely. And also, the great thing is about our product is that you can buy the basic package, which is 4 lights, and then you can expand it at any point in time. Our system actually holds up to 32 lights. So if you want to, we say, you can do a lot with 4 lights, start that way. And then if you feel that you want to expand, you just add more lights, when you feel that you're ready. So that's what also is great about the system.
Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, so I'm on the site right now. So one tablet controller can control all those lights, right? So you can just keep adding the lights individually.
That's correct. And it actually does 4 groups at the same time as well. So you can do, let's say you have a group of 8 lights, and maybe sometimes a clinician wants to, compete just for fun against their client, or have some sort of competition. So you can create the group. So, one person could go against one person, or up to 4 people at the same time. So that's what's nice.
What's the distance it could control the devices with the RF frequency?
About
how far away?
50 meters.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So if you're in an area, the only time we've ever had issues is if people are like beside an airport, because there's a lot of transmitting going on. But we work with obviously a lot of football and soccer coaches that are on the field, controlling the lights that way.
Great.
Do you have a let's say adhesive on the back? Because I see it on the walls, etc. Is that part of the device where they can put it on walls or floors, etc., to keep it stable?
So yes, each of the lights come with a Velcro backing that's removable, and also a bag of Velcro. We always tell our users, it's industrial Velcro, so please don't put it on a wall that you care about the paint, because it can, if you go and you want to take it off, then it will take some of the paint off. But so you can put it on cones, you can put it on the wall. We recently have new magnets and suction cups, which a lot of people like, because, for example, if you have a whiteboard in your office, then you can just easily attach it that way. Or the suction cups if you have a mirror or a window. And again, they're very durable. If you have them and people are hitting them, then the suction cups stay pretty strongly.
Perhaps consider making a fit light poster to cover up the holes in the wall when they're not using it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my gosh! All right. Well, Alana, thank you so much for being here today. I think we've all learned a lot. What I really love about this NORA conference, and we keep saying it, is that we've learned so much in the past day and a half. So many of these products are new to us, and it was really great, having you here, really showing us, what's out there. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, and it was such a great opportunity to discuss our product and share it with you and with the NORA attendees. So we really thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Well, have a great rest of the show, and I'm sure we'll be catching up in the future.
Yes, sounds good. You too.
Bye-bye. All righty.
Yeah, I'm looking at the price. The basic bundle, I mean, it's so affordable without the discount. So with it, it makes it even more so. It's not a heavy investment.
I'm thinking personally that gym teachers in schools should use this to motivate the kids, right? Because anytime you can make a game out of something, kids are much more likely to do it. I could easily see them making games with this.
For a $400 investment, you can have a whole class doing this, and they actually might attend to things rather than sit in the back and not do anything.
Yeah, I mean, I see what goes on a lot of times in gym classes in my son's school, and I'm kind of wondering, is it really worth it?
Now that I see the virtual gym classes, it's even worse. Have you seen? Does he have them?
He does, actually. You know, the gym teachers are trying to do whatever they can. It's almost impossible in a virtual environment, right? And of course now we're all trapped inside with the smoke. So if you don't have exercise equipment in your house, you're in bad shape. I mean, you can do jumping jacks maybe, but that's about it.
My daughter called up and said, "Look at my grandson. He's 8 years old, and they had him do the Macarena, and that's his gym exercises." And,
there's going to be a lot of overweight kids at the end of this thing.
Yeah, it's a challenge. So in fact, we actually bought my son an Apple Watch. Just, you know, he was obviously thrilled about it, but there's ulterior motives here, right? We're like, look, we're going to give you this watch, but we're doing it so we can actually track your exercise every day. So we can make sure that you close your rings and actually are keeping active. Because literally, I have no other way at this point, particularly with the pandemic and everything else, now with the smoke, to actually make sure he's exercising.
The funny thing is, following some professional athletes during the COVID problem where they were secluded in their home, some of them lost a lot of weight and got buffed. They really used that time to actually get in shape when they should have been doing it all the time, but they had more time to do it. These Yankee former pitcher CC Sabathia, he lost like 70 pounds and looks great. And a few other ball players, they actually took advantage of the time to make themselves better, but they have the resources at home that we don't have.
Right. Yeah, that's the issue, right? I mean, so many of us don't have these home gyms where we can really do stuff. So it's a real challenge. In fact, I saw some baseball players, you know, not guys like Sabathia, right? Not the established guys with the big paychecks, but the younger guys. They were literally throwing balls into mattresses because that's all they had.
Oh God.
So yeah.
At $95 an hour, they'll need a few mattresses after a while.
Well, you saw some funny footage of guys actually breaking windows in their houses and stuff when they got a little wild. So it's pretty funny.
I can't believe you mentioned that. I was chipping golf balls and I came so close to breaking a mirror. Same thing. I thought I was, well, whatever.
My gosh. You know,
that would have led to a divorce.
Yeah, I mean, because we have to resort to doing this kind of stuff, right? I mean, we're all sort of in it together at this point, and you know, hopefully by next year things will clear up a little bit. But for now, we're all sort of stuck.
Somebody just arrived. I heard a beep.
I think that was Alana leaving, I think.
Okay.
So yeah, I think we're all good. So what time is it now? So it is 11:45 on the East Coast, and I think we have a little bit of time before our next person. Maybe I should run through all of our sponsors. You know, I haven't done that yet, so we should thank all of our sponsors. Let me pull it up here from the beginning. We can go through each one. And here we go. Got to do this at least once, right? So thank you for our sponsors for sponsoring the NORA conference today. So everyone should go into the booths and check them all out. We'll run it down, sort of take it from the top, right? So see our socks in action. We had Stan on yesterday talking about these socks that can help people who are at risk of falling, you know, who have some sort of a condition like diabetes or TBI or stroke. And these socks, you know, help with balance. And I know, Paul, that you just got a pair of them and insoles to go with them.
Right.
Absolutely. You were complaining, of course, that they weren't wool. So Stan, I think, is going to hopefully send you a pair of wool socks because you're cold.
It's good for cold feet.
Yeah.
And we did learn that they also do sports enhancement. Even Deanne Fitzgerald said her Peloton improved by, 50% or something? So it's not just for the disease states, it's for overall athletic performance improvement.
Yep. So definitely check him out. Stan's going to be back again later today, maybe to talk about their mechanism and how they work and the kinds of deals they have. They have a show special. The first 50 attendees that text or sign up will get their website and wholesale account free. And I have that number right there is actually not a number you can text. The text number is in the exhibit hall, and I actually have to replace that slide, and I'll do it later today as well. Or when Stan comes on, he'll give us the text number again. But the important thing too is go into the exhibit hall and check them out. Check out the full line of what they have. I mean, I can't say it strongly enough that the exhibit hall really is the place where you should go to get these deals. It's fun listening to us blab here, but the exhibit hall is really sort of the one-stop shop with discount codes in many of the booths, and the full list of offers, because we really can't show everything here.
And we're
Shedlight.
not selling them either.
Yeah, exactly. So Shedlight is a cold laser that you can use for a variety of conditions. Now, I know very little about how cold lasers work, so fortunately, Brandon Crawford from Shedlight is going to be on with us later today to tell us a little bit more about the product and how it works, because I fully confess my ignorance of this product and how lasers work.
I second that.
So
For all you thirded.
he's going to be on later to really help us out, because this is something that is so far outside of my area of expertise that I scarcely want to comment on it. Theraspecs. So we spoke with them yesterday. We're going to be speaking with Gloria from Theraspecs again today. These are therapeutic blue light glasses, and they're a little bit different from the blue blockers that you might have in your office right now, in that they filter 25 times more blue light at 480 nanometers, right? So I think a lot of the other blue blockers block a lot less, and they do it across a wider spectrum of wavelengths. These are very specific, and Gloria is going to come by and talk to us all about how the specs work. And interestingly too, they have a bunch of styles. It's not sort of sometimes you see these kinds of glasses, they only come in one style and they're maybe not the most attractive. That's not the case here. They have a variety of styles, and they can even put their lenses in frames that you supply, which is pretty neat.
And prescriptions, of course, and multifocals, or they can go over your glasses. So there's a lot of flexibility.
Yep, and they're going to be having a 15% discount off your personal order through the website. So you have a promo code there, NORA2020. And also there's a form in the booth, and this is critical, where you can request a sample pair along with literature for patients, because obviously patients want to actually see what they're getting themselves into, and it's nice to have a sample pair there to actually show them how they work and they can try them on. So definitely go in their booth and request a sample pair. Binovi, so software-based optometrist-led technology solution. We spoke with the folks there yesterday, and I think we're going to have another person from the company here today. So again, for binocular vision abnormalities and sports performance, it seems like everything comes from the sports performance world and then trickles down. So if you look at they have a hardware and software solution, sort of a platform, along with a ton of education that comes with the platform, you can go to their website, Binovi Touch, to take advantage of it. But the important thing is here they're having a BOGO sale. So each unit's $3,000, and they're having a buy one, get one. We'll speak to them today about the unit itself and how they came up with all of their educational materials, because it is really comprehensive. So you want to go check it out. FitLight, not much more needs to be said, because we just spoke with them for these training lights that they have. Really cool stuff, relatively inexpensive, and can be a lot of fun, especially for younger folks, to help them with their training. So go check them out. And 15% discount until October 13th on any size FitLight trainer. And as we discovered, you don't have to sort of buy the whole shooting match at once. You can buy a small number of lights and then increase them over time, which is pretty neat. So MacuHealth. So Steve, this is a supplement you're familiar with. The only supplement containing all three macular carotenoids,
which we know helps for both macular degeneration and other macular problems, as well as just in general. They do claim, and the science does show it out. Dr. John Nolan does a lot of studies that it actually improves your overall vision. So people who just want to get better vision, who doesn't have a problem with macular degeneration, could benefit from this. And we use it in our office all the time. It flies out of the office, so it's a win-win, good profit center, good for the patients, and I actually take it myself.
And they have a deal today, and they sent it to me overnight last night, because they'd completely overlooked it. But here's the deal: if you go into their booth, I'm putting it up on the screen for you. So for new accounts, they have a deal, and you can take a look at what it is on the screen. So you can sort of look at what the everyday cost is. And
Now, if you look at that, MacuHealth Plus is the pigments, but with the ARADS2 components also. So you get everything, plus you get additional pigments from what ARADS2 tested for, that mesozeaxanthine for one. So you're getting, there are other products that you can get, what you're getting with Preserva Vision, etc., all the other products on the market, but you get the enhanced pigment, which protects your eyes a little bit better. That 10-10-2 ratio seems to be the sweet spot.
right. And how do you choose between the two different ones? Is it just a cost issue for a lot of patients?
Yeah, I mean, the bottles are not that expensive. You can see it runs. I mean, maybe they spend over the course of a year like $500-$600, but they're getting regular multivitamins with the ARADS 2. And these people, especially the ones that have signs of drusen, family history of macular degeneration, we also in our office did macular risk testing for genetics. So if somebody's showing a high predilection to develop it, they'll spend any amount of money to help prevent it in any manner, shape, or form. So between this and blue light protection, it always was an easy presentation. And I use it for that reason myself. So cost is not a factor because it's not that expensive. And how do you decide? If they're taking the ARADS 2 already, then I would just prescribe MacuHealth. If they want to make it more simple and easy and not over-prescribe some of the vitamin C, vitamin A, etc., then the MacuHealth Plus seems to be a better product.
Right. So balance tracking systems, so they make a force plate system to help train balance. So they make the hardware, the balance plate itself, which is an affordable plate with highly accurate sensors, and they also make the software that goes on a PC, laptop, or tablet computer that goes with the plate. So and they're constantly upgrading it. So it's an interesting system to implement in your office. But the most important thing that I can tell you is they have a special at the conference. So hit up their booth. You can see the list price is $26.40, and they're dropping it down to $22.00 here. And if you have the coupon code NORA virtual when you order, but go to their booth so you can get a real sense of how their system works when you want to implement it in your office, because they have a ton of information in there. Brunel, so this is a company that I think Steve and Paul, you are familiar with from the good old days.
Yep, it's not just NORA. Brunel sells almost every bits and bits of optometric equipment, whether it be red-green glasses, Polaroid glasses, frames, lenses. They have a catalog of thousands of items, and certainly a lot of them are used by NORA doctors, but they're used by general optometry, and I would assume ophthalmology also. But so many I can't even begin to remember them all. But whoever doesn't have a Brunel catalog is not practicing optometry or ophthalmology in this day and age.
Yep, and you can actually tell that they have a lot of stuff, because if you look at the deals that they're offering, oh my goodness, you can look at this catalog here. They're having a bunch of specials for NORA, and if you go into their booth, you can actually read this page more clearly. You can see what it is that they're offering. So,
well, what's the cost per day for using it?
For using what?
the pill to prevent macular degeneration.
You're behind the curve by several vendors,
okay.
But Paul awakes from his time warp.
We would charge you slightly less, Paul. Let's say I'd say it's about a little bit over $1 a day.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can look up on the screen. You can actually see it.
That's the cost for the practitioner. And typically, well, we don't want to get into details of practice, but they advise you double the price. They also can order it on the website themselves, but it'll be about that same price that they suggest the practitioner. Those prices you see there are the wholesale price, not the retail price.
Right.
Right.
Okay. So Bright Lamp, again, we just got off the phone with Bright Lamp, so we heard all about their iOS-based solution for pupillary light reflex, which sounds really cool. They're leveraging the hardware in the iPhone and the iPad to make this a reality, which I think is pretty neat stuff. The big thing that they're offering at the show today, as we mentioned, is they're giving away an annual subscription to their new iPad solution and a little sneak peek at it. So go into their booth. The booth is going to capture the fact that you were in there once you just walk in, and we're going to have a list of people, and I'm going to draw one from a hat where you will win a Bright Lamp subscription to the Pro version. So check it out.
Yep. I mentioned yesterday that I knew the founder, and I'm just looking him up now. Yeah, his name was Bernie Vodnoy.
So you're behind again, but Brunel, okay.
I'm sorry.
your time warp. Okay, I'll go back
Yeah,
to Brunel though, just for you.
I think
So
I'm watching the movie Tenant again.
yeah.
Because that's what. But we
Okay.
followed it,
So
Paul.
so
Okay,
so,
sorry.
so
You
but you
succeeded
found
to reverse entropy.
but Dad, you remember this guy Bernie? You actually
Yeah,
interacted with him back in
he
the.
was basically he was in a wheelchair, and he founded the company. I'm reading it now because it just brings back memories. The Brunel Corporation was founded by Bernard Wadno and his wife Nellie in 1954. So it's around the
Wow.
time I went into practice, and retiring and selling the company. It later ran into financial problems and nearly closed.
Hmm.
But somebody took it over,
Oh, well,
and it became
so
a hit.
so my joke of Bernie and Ellen was pretty close.
Yeah, that is funny. So yeah, and so Burnell has become a hit. When you go to the trade shows, you see them, right? They obviously survived and have thrived.
Sure,
So
they
pretty
usually have a
cool.
big
Right.
booth.
So the moral of the story when you're a founder is get somebody in that knows how to run a business.
Well, yeah,
Yep.
always surrounding yourself with people who are smarter than you is a tremendous idea. That's one that I
Yeah.
subscribe to, very highly.
I lived my life that way. It's wonderful.
So Bright Lamp again, we just went over. They have that special. So Defense and Veterans Brain Injury Center. So I was actually getting email from folks last night who wanted contacts there, and I told them to go to the booth, but I also gave out direct email contacts to the folks at DVBIC. So again, the military has come a long way in dealing with head injuries. Back in the old days, they did approximately, very little. And society in general did very little for head injuries. We just told everyone to shake it off and keep moving. But obviously, as the science has advanced, people are no longer doing that, and so the military has responded, and they have a center all set up, which helps educate people to prevent head injuries, and then helps them when they do happen. So definitely go check out their booth and learn about the resources that they have available. So, it's good to see everyone evolve around concussions, especially. It's funny today, Steve. I know you have football on the brain. Today's
Yep.
I guess the kickoff day for the NFL, right? So it's a
Yep.
good.
Well, they had the Thursday night, but yes, the whole league starts today.
Yeah, so I guess it's a good a day as any to talk about concussions and the importance of treating them properly.
If, in fact, it's funny. There's this guy, Sam Huff, who used to be a giant linebacker, and some Sam
Yep.
Huff is coming to play in football today, but it's not him. And there was a little blurb that Sam Huff has that dreaded dementia disease from his NFL days. So he's another one that's a vegetable now.
Yeah.
And hopefully they'll start preventing it with better treatments, better helmets, and taking the people off the field. Like you said, in the old days, you came off the field, you got your bell rung, and they pushed you back on, and you went blah blah blah. But nowadays, it's a little bit more conservative.
Yep, absolutely. So I'm glad that the science is making some leaps, and it's even in the past 20 years. I mean, the shift has been noticeable.
Yep.
It's before, if you didn't actually go back out in the field, people would call you a wimp or whatever, right? People didn't really appreciate just how serious even something, a minor blow could be.
Right. There'll be all less 50
Well,
year olds
they used to make fun. In the old days, they used to call a punch drunk fighter. He was punchy, and there was a comedian called Slapsy Maxie Rosenblum, who, who was an ex-fighter, and he always played the role of a punch drunk.
Oh my God.
He was punchy, yeah. So they made fun of it.
Was he in the Catskills?
In the Catskills and on original TV, oh, absolutely. There wasn't the world of the politically correct in those days,
Yeah, well,
So,
fortunately, we've moved on. Um, so, so
Let's
iLux,
move on from here.
yeah, iLux integration. So we were talking a lot about optometric phototherapy yesterday, learning a lot about it. And iLux has one of the newer solutions. And if you go to their booth, they're going to start to show it off. I think that they're just starting out, so they again have a newer solution. So go check them out as well. Infinite VT. This is one that I didn't include in the slide deck yesterday, and I apologize for that. So this is a complete EMR for vision therapy. We there's another EMR product here as well that we're going to get to. But as we identified yesterday, this is a huge need. If you're doing vision therapy at all, most EMR systems have no actual fields for you to document this properly, right? You're either creating something custom or not doing it at all, which would be terrible.
Yep.
So Infinite VT has a system in place specifically for vision therapy, and it's EMR software. And New Squared is also, again, another EMR system specifically for VT. So you have choices now, whereas before there was no choices at all. It was just a nightmare. So go check out both of these companies and check out the solutions that they have for vision therapy EMRs. And New Squared actually told me about a show special that they're having where they're waiving the setup fee. So go check it out in their booth. Optics Trainer.
Curious to see.
So
Oh, good.
this yeah, so this is a Optics Trainer VR eye tracking solution for vision therapy. So again, leveraging the power of the phone. You'll notice a common theme here, right? People are taking the power that Apple is building into these devices, and they're starting to really leverage it in clinical applications. So go check out what they have in their booth. And this is one that you can actually download for free as well if you want to play with it. 10% discount off all their products, so go check it out in their booth. Synaptic, so this is a great story. We're going to be speaking to these folks very soon. I guess in about, what is it, a minute, 2 minutes? Actually, we're right on time. So
right on.
I want to show you guys though. So they make a training system. They make these glasses, these strobe glasses, to help train you. And I want to show before we get our guest to come in here because he's not here quite yet. He's almost here. I want to actually show you guys a movie that I made yesterday. So and actually is our guest here? So
Yeah, he just arrived.
He just arrived. So Jeff, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, your timing is perfect because as we were running through our sponsors, we actually, had your logo right up on the screen. So great timing.
Yeah, save the best for last. I love it. Thank you.
There you go. So, we were just starting to talk about the strobes, and it's so funny, it's a very small universe, but one of your executives actually lives just a couple miles from my house. So yesterday, she came by and dropped off a pair of strobes. And I thought, well, okay, so this is fantastic. Since I have them now, I'm going to actually try to use them. And I wanted to show everyone before we start talking today. I'd made a little movie, so I just want to show everyone on the live stream this little movie of me and my son using the strobes to play catch, and then maybe we could just talk about that. So why don't I turn that on for people just so they can see it? And Jeff, if you can't see it because you're on the phone, I'm going to narrate it as it goes on. Okay, here we go.
I've got you. I've got you on the desktop, so I can watch it.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna flip it on right now, and I'll narrate it for everyone since I turned the sound off. Okay, so here's the little case that the specs come in, and you can see me pulling them out. That's what they look like. And in the case, obviously, it comes with a charger and a little instruction manual. This is like the world's worst unboxing video, right? So there they are, and so you can see on the side of them you can select the level that you're going to use and whether you're going to use it in one eye or both eyes. You can see I just cranked it to level 4 there, and as you do it you can look at the lenses and you can see the strobe effect. So these are the quads, right? So they have 4 quadrants there in each eye, and you can see it pulsing. And so then I took these things and I strapped them onto my son. So here we are playing catch on level 1. So this is very easy level, right? So the light's not being blocked out too much. It's very easy. You can see he's catching it every time. I decided to make it a little more challenging for him though, since he obviously was doing too well. Cranked it up to level 3, and you'll notice he's getting a little bit sloppier with the way he's catching the ball. So the strobe effect is much stronger. He wasn't too happy with me at this point. You can see he's starting to drop it, and there we go. And then we cranked it to level 5, and this was a total mess for him. So now you can see
what's happening. What's happening level 5? Black and white.
It's a lot of blackness. So yeah. So it's like you see my living room. My living room became the world's most boring disco, right? So you can see it's a lot of blackness, and he just got hit in the face. I wanted to keep going. I wanted him to be able to catch it finally on level 5, make him feel good.
The whole idea is, as he does this, level 5 will be doable in a couple of hours, days, weeks of training.
And that was it. And then I cranked it to level 8, and I hit him in the crotch with the ball, and that was the end. So that's the specs, and I just wanted to show everyone kind of how they worked. He had a lot of fun doing it, and it was really kind of cool. But Jeff, I was amazed putting them on too as to how challenging it was. Like level 1 was super easy, And as I started cranking the levels up, I kept thinking to myself, like, oh my gosh, I can't imagine being a pro athlete and having a ball coming at me, at any speed. So I'm kind of curious, how do people work with the product?
Yeah, well, and like you said, there's, especially at the professional athlete level, how do you make a drill that they've done, for a wide receiver or a basketball player, NBA player? How do you make a drill that they've done maybe since 7th or 8th grade more exciting, more challenging? When they're at the peak of their profession, the passes are going to be on point. The conditions are going to be variable based on weather and everything else. But how can we challenge the brain, challenge their eyes, challenge themselves to get better yet with every rep, with every practice? So that's kind of the idea with strobes. I tell a lot of my clients and patients and others, doctors that I talk to, it's like a medicine ball or a resistance band for your brain, for your visual system. If you can perform the task and challenge yourself and fail, but eventually get better at it and increase your level to level 2 or level 3 or level 4, and we use different levels for different skills, obviously, or different drills. Once you remove the strobes, and those drills become that much easier. Your brain and those pathways are much more efficient, and now you allow some mental capacity for other processes to work.
Yep. And in fact, I could see, as you're doing it, your other senses start to get a little bit heightened. When I first put them on at a higher level, I was anxious, having somebody throw things at me. But
Yeah.
over time, as you're using it, your other senses get a little bit heightened. You start hearing the ball coming in. It was a really kind of an amazing process, even just using it for a half hour.
Yeah, I had a professional soccer goalie that had that same experience. As we progressed through the levels, within about a 10-minute session, we got up to level 6 or 7. He was a starter for an MLS team, and as we took him off afterwards, I said, "Well, what's the most intriguing part of this?" And he said, "I found myself listening to the strike of the ball more than I ever have in my career as a soccer player." He said, "I've never really paid attention to that." He said, and then I had to, because I couldn't see it at a level 6 or 7. I just had to listen to that strike and know when it was going to be coming my way. So that was really fascinating to hear how the other senses kind of get heightened just by taking away your visual response.
Yep.
Yeah, for use with hockey goalies also, because I think it would be great for them.
Absolutely. Hockey goalies, lacrosse. I always tell people any sport that involves your eyes, any hobby that involves your eyes, it's amazing. We'll see people with yoga, core strength trainers, anything that involves your vision, your balance, your vestibular system. If you take that away, it's going to force you to rely on other input.
Jeff, this is Paul here. As a terrible athlete who can barely walk and chew gum at the same time, does this type of training help someone that's a poor athlete to start improving, especially for young kids?
Yeah, I
don't do
think,
well in sports.
I think one thing that I've been doing this for about 5 years now, sports vision specialty, and one thing that's been kind of fascinating is I find athletes like myself and like others that we've kind of pigeonholed ourselves into certain sports based on the skills we had or lacked, when we were kids. So if we can identify, I didn't do very well in baseball, so I didn't like baseball. I had trouble hitting, catching, everything else. I gravitated towards basketball. I gravitated towards football, sports that involved less velocity and a larger target. And, in hindsight, once I went through optometry school and do what I do now, I have some tracking issues. I have some convergence problems. So it's like, well, maybe that was why I fell into these other sports instead of baseball. So if we can identify those issues early, of course, we can use, some of our other systems, our sensory station, our new products to help get an athlete into the sport that they want to pursue.
Yep. I had a question. I had a question just about the history of the product as well. Obviously this didn't come from out of nowhere. Can you give us a little sense of where it came from? Because I don't think we really talked too much about that yesterday.
Yeah, we're standing on probably 20 years plus of research and insight, in strobe eyewear and just performance sensory training. A lot of it ties back. You'll see people mention strobe training with Michael Jordan, with NASA. And in those cases, we were using more strobe lights to take away your vision. You were getting that kind of the after image, or you were blinded for little portions of time by the light. And then this, obviously, we're taking light away, and we find that occlusion is what really drives the response and effect. But, the strobe technology and using it for training, and then what we've been surprised, and obviously the target of this conference is, a tool that was designed for performance enhancement, is becoming something that we're seeing these really amazing stories on the neuro rehabilitation side. So we have Parkinson's patients that are using strobes, and it's reducing their symptoms, and they're being able to reduce their medications. We have people that have had strokes and quadrantenopsias that can use our quad strobes, and we have our experts across the globe telling us, hey, we're recovering visual field in people that, we were always taught in school could not be recovered. We're recouping acuity in hemifields and quadrants that we thought was lost. So there's really kind of some exciting aspects to the strobes, and especially the quadrant strobes, and we're the only ones on the market that have anything like that, that can, maybe change these people's lives that aren't professional athletes, our everyday moms, dads, brothers, sisters, anyone that might have had a TBI or head injury or anything.
Right.
Are you finding it, Jeff, also useful for visual field loss and glaucoma?
That I don't know. I think we're learning as we go. So a lot of our optometric partners, are focused in the sports performance training, and then as the NORA conference has grown over the last few years, and our relationship with NORA, we're hearing more and more how different people are using it. So I don't know on the glaucoma side, and I think it's good to say we don't know, and we keep pushing that envelope and try to learn where we can use this and how it can be best suited to change people's lives.
Yep, and I put up on the screen so people can see the difference between the classic strobe and the quad strobe. One thing that struck me too when I was using them, I don't know how you did it, but I mean, these things are dark. When they go dark, I mean, the occlusion of light there is really impressive. And the quad strobe effect, it's amazing. Sort of, you can see how sharp the cutoff is between dark and light on the quad strobe. Kind of an amazing product. I've never seen anything like that before.
Yeah, I think that's, if anybody has seen the Nike Spark glasses, those are kind of the ancestor to our classic strobe and our quadrant strobe. And one of the drawbacks to the Nike Spark strobes was they had a gray occlusion lens. And what we found is a gray occlusion doesn't fully occlude your sight. So if you're outside on a sunny day, if you're in a training facility that has tons of bright light above, and you're trying to track a football that's coming at you, you can still kind of see it through those gray lenses. So getting to a black, dark, opaque lens was super critical, and blocking out the vision so we can get these effects. So yeah, the LED, I think it's LED or OLED. Our Herb and Joe, our founders, our CTO and CEO, could tell me exactly. They're the tech guys, but all I know is it works. It gets black. Like you said, you don't want to move. You don't want to take a step. You don't want to try to catch anything.
Yeah.
If you haven't progressed through some levels, because you're going to get the shots in the crotch like you did to your son.
Yes, it's true. Yeah, level 8 was terrifying actually because it was just pure blackness, and then just little flickers of light. So yeah, it was interesting. Up on the screen also I have the app. So as you saw before in the video, I was controlling it just by pressing a button on the frames, but you also have a full app as well, right?
Yeah. And the app for our strobes is free. You just download it. As soon as you get the strobe, we tell you to download the app, and it gives you the ability to control the functions remotely. Obviously Bluetooth connection about 15 feet. I always use the analogy: if you have a baseball athlete that's in a batting cage, softball athlete, you don't want to have, their hands are on the bat. You don't want to have to be in there with them, or you don't want them to have to continually put the bat down to change settings. So you can be sitting outside the cage, away from the danger, and progress it through level 1, level 2, level 3. And the really unique feature that I really love with the app, a lot of people don't even know if they haven't used it, is you can turn the strobing effect totally off, or you can close both lenses pitch black, like a trigger. So there's a little on-off function. And I use that all the time with athletes to kind of set up a surprise scenario. We'll have with basketball, with our NBA camps and things, we'll have the rebounder pass it to the guy, and as soon as he goes into his 3-point shot, just block it out totally black. And so he's just going by memory and feel. So it's a really neat function. Then you can open it up again.
Right. That is a terrible surprise.
Yeah.
Jeff, I imagine that I'm just saying, I imagine that the elite athlete who has great dynamic visual acuity, etc., and have progressed to that point because of their natural vision and other motilities, etc., that it might even help the lower level athlete better because they don't have that innate ability poured into them.
Yeah, I've found it's really fascinating. I work with a couple of collegiate programs, and when they take this information from our sensory station, and when we take information, I see subjective feedback. When I put strobes on different athletes, I get information immediately that tells me kind of how their visual system is functioning. I can recommend almost every time spot on who needs eye exams and who doesn't, based on their reaction to putting strobes on, our quadrant strobes. And then when we tie it in with all of our other functions, we can kind of dial in, where the problems are. And then the neat side is I have a university that's using this more on the recruiting side. If they've got two identical athletes and we can look at their performance on a sensory station or with the strobes and some of these other drills that I put together with them, they can kind of lean one way or the other. And you can take the reports and say, okay, this guy is much better from a sensory performance standpoint, like a mental combine. So we want him. Or you can say these two guys are equal, and the guy over here is not as good as these things. So we take him and we can improve him and maybe surpass the guy that's already better. So there's two ways you can look at that.
Yep.
Jeff, I have one other question. How much does the public know about this? This is great information, and we're all excited. How many optometrists actually know about this in general versus the vision training folks? And are you going public with it at all, with public relations, to let the public know that this type of thing is available to them to improve their athletic skills?
The short answer is not enough. It's when I started doing this, in my specialty, I actually sold my practice when I started. I bought a sensory station years ago when they first came out, bought strobes, did it as a hobby in addition to my regular practice. And then it took off so much and I had so much fun with it and I was so passionate about it. I sold my practice within 18 months and went full time into this. There was zero awareness then. And you can kind of feel the rising tide and that like wave of information now. Instagram helps a ton. YouTube videos help a ton with raising awareness of sensory training, neuro rehab, with strobe products, with our other products. We still have a big hill to climb as it becomes, more of a standard, but we're seeing, major league teams and NHL, NFL, NBA adopt our systems, adopt our protocols, contact us for, assistance with training their trainers. So I think we're looking at, kind of the creation of a new field. I tell people it's like strength and conditioning coaches. Every college has multiple strength and conditioning coaches, sometimes 2 or 3 for one sport. And now we see strength and conditioning coaches trickling down to wealthier high schools, private schools, and things like that. That field didn't exist 20 years ago. It would have been something I might have pursued when I was in college. So I think we're kind of seeing the beginning of an entirely new field that optometry needs to drive. Sports vision training, vision therapy, hand in hand, we should be on top of this.
Well, yeah, this is the subject of use it or lose it. I mean, for example, if optometrists don't take this over, there's going to be another field, a discipline that will. And I can't add, can you remember, we have 24,000 optometric members on ODwire.org. I never remember ever hearing anything about this on our website.
Nope.
Yeah, and that's the sad truth. I've been calling my friends and colleagues for years, like, you've got to get into this. You've got to start going with this. Because like you said, other professions are already coming into this territory and doing well with it as well, without the education and the background and the foundation and the visual system that we lead, So So it is a big call to action for optometry, and it's a great opportunity as well. As COVID shut down the clinics, my colleagues and I that do this, we're still able to connect with our athletes remotely. We were able to use the SnapTip app so that our athletes could train on their own iPad and their tablets at home. We were able to encourage them to buy strobes and send them to them and tell them how to use them. So we had another revenue stream. We had another way to stay in touch with our clients and our athletes and their families.
Sure.
Where a lot of doctor friends of mine were just kind of sitting there waiting for things to come back online.
And to your point, Paul, you don't need to be a doctor to do this or to sell it or to work with it. You could be a layman. You could be an occupational therapist. You could be an athletic trainer. You don't need that. And that's why we have to embrace it before, like you said, some other professions.
Yeah, we spoke about yesterday about the Evelyn Woods speed reading, where optometry lost that particular area to lay people. And this could be one of these other situations where optometrists are going to totally drop the ball because they're totally unaware that this even exists. And
absolutely, we see a lot of griping, a lot of complaining on some of our OD forums and Facebook pages and things like that about the status quo of eye care, healthcare, and everything, and not enough people. And I went through that. I was in those trenches too 5-6 years ago, and I was like, except you have to have that call to action. You have to have that drive to look for another option. Okay, well, where's other opportunities? Do you want to specialize in? I started with specializing in ortho K in 2013 or so, and then that transitioned into the sports vision that I do now. But I'm always trying to encourage my optometrist peers. You don't have to be, a general optometrist and be a little good at everything that we can do. Get really good at one or two things. Be an expert in it.
Absolutely.
Because, your
Well
future
said.
depends on it. The profession depends on it.
Yep. And so we're running a little bit short of time, but I want to show everyone what you guys are doing today at the NORA 2020 show. So you have a bunch of offers here for folks who are coming to the show today. So I would encourage everyone to hit up your booth. You've really done up your booth to the nines at the show. I mean, there's a ton of information there about your products and what you have going on. But you can see that you're also working with Brunel. And there's a product code right there, NORA2020 VTR, for discounts on the quad strobes or the classic strobes. So definitely I would encourage everyone to go into your booth and hit it up. Then you have another offer.
And not to interrupt you on that one, any practitioner, really should be investing in the quad strobe. I know there's a significant price difference there, but for this group, NORA, optometrists, neuro rehab, the quad strobes really are kind of your entry level strobe. I tell people the classic strobes are great for, the younger athletes, my kids that are 11 and 10, kicking soccer balls, dribbling basketballs, kind of your amateur athletes. If you're dealing with pros and in the medical side of things, you should definitely look at the quads.
Absolutely. And so the other offer you had was on the Swift Touch and classic strobe. So I don't think we went too much into that, the Swift Touch.
Yeah, real short. The Swift Touch is a huge. I mean, the thing is monstrous. I'm a big guy. I have a 6'6" wingspan, and I have trouble with this thing. It's 4 feet by 4 feet. Eye-hand coordination, go no go, split attention. It's our newest product. We're launching it now. It's at a great price point, under $5,000. As it's so special, you get a classic strobe thrown in with that.
Cool. And again, you can learn
this
more.
This device is portable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me actually.
Yep, it's portable. I've got one. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm going to see if I can pull it up so people can actually see it a little better in the booth here. So let me see if I can get that up for you.
Sure.
Sometimes difficult for me to do on the fly without blowing everything up.
I'm actually after I get off this call, I go up to the athletic training facility that I partner with, and we've got a group of 12 Division I athletes coming in, and we'll be using all of these products. So the Swift Touch is a new one that they're really enjoying. The competitive factor of it, they all get on there and they're like, they know exactly what their score was last time, and they know exactly what everybody else's score is. And so each time I show up, they want to beat each other.
That's funny. Yeah, so that's the next deal that you guys are offering. But I would encourage people to just go into your booth to actually check out all of this stuff. I don't want to blow up the computer here on the live stream yet, but they can go in and really take
Yeah,
a close
fine.
look at all of it.
Yeah, all the info is in our our booth. Hilder's our director of marketing, and she's done a fantastic job. Like you say, getting information to you in this format. It just looks incredible.
Yep, and so I put up the third offer on the screen as well, so people can see that. So you have like a mega offer going on there, and again, to take advantage of it, go into your booth and do the live chat. And I think you're
Yep.
even your email is up there. You're a very brave man. Um,
Absolutely. Hey, bring it on. Yeah, anytime, a lot of times I provide my cell phone number too. So anytime anybody has any questions on this, feel free to email me. I'll do live demos anytime of any of our products. Text me, call me, anything. From an optometrist standpoint, like I said, I want us to take this aspect of vision care, vision rehab, vision performance, and run with it. And we've got a lot of work to do. So I want to get as many people educated and on board with us as possible.
All right. Well, Jeff, thank you so much for doing this today. I think we've all learned a lot. And by the way, thank you for dropping off, Hildrich for dropping off the specs yesterday. My son and I had a really
Yeah,
fun time
great.
with them.
Yeah. Keep playing with him. He gets to throw them at you now.
Yes, his revenge will come today.
I want a video of
That's
that.
right. Well,
No video.
and I hope the weather improves out there for you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it will. Right, it can't get any worse. So we're keeping our fingers crossed that
Yeah,
it'll
well,
clear today.
yeah, you'll be great.
All right. Thanks so much, Jeff.
Thank you. I enjoyed it.
Bye.
All right. Have a good day. Bye.
All righty.
This is a product that has to work. I mean, it's obvious what it's doing and making a person just better. Impressive.
It makes me nuts that optometrists don't know about it, though.
Yeah.
Well,
There's never been a conversation about this.
Paul,
Ever.
years ago when I did vision therapy, I would take an athlete out to, I did sports vision also, out to a racquetball court, because the whole idea is to keep your eye on the ball. Now, you know what an after image is, where you flash a light? Well, I would flash the light, but in order to see it, you really needed a strobe effect. So I'd have a strobe light on, and I would just throw a ball in the racquetball court, and they could see the after image with the strobe light, and they could see if their eye was on the ball or not. So we were doing this years ago, but it never, made it to the major public. Or should have, marketed the device, which is simply a strobe light. So we've been doing it with after image transfer and things like that, but not to the extent with this technology.
Yeah, I mean the thing about the strobe glasses, the quads that I was using with Reed yesterday, I can't impress upon you enough how dark they get, and how quickly they can change the phase of whatever the liquid crystal is inside of them. It's amazing. I mean, to go from completely transparent to utter darkness so quickly, I was really shocked. And again, I guess that just speaks to how quickly the technology has moved forward.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty neat stuff. And it looks like we
I
have
actually have I'm
Hello there.
Ah,
Hello there.
Adrian, is that you?
This is Adrian McCook from Binovi. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Not too bad. Good morning or good afternoon, wherever everyone is.
Yeah, unfortunately, morning here. we
Morning.
we get very early here on the West Coast for sure to do this.
That's wonderful. We're on the Eastern, so we just passed noon, so I'm just about to stir up some lunch for the kiddos and the family. So right after we can I can do a live feed from the barbecue.
Nice. So we were talking a little bit about Binovi yesterday, but we invited you here today to tell us a little bit more, get a little more in depth, because it's not just like you guys have one product; it's an entire platform. And so we thought it might be useful just to have you back and talk to us a little bit about it so we can show it off to everyone.
Wonderful. Yeah. So I mean, I'm sure you guys got the history of Binovi and I mean formerly iCare. We've been around kind of five years now working on the product. From its infancy, from about 2014, 15 when we acquired Wayne Engineering. And, as I'm sure as you and a lot of other people know, it was kind of the first digital company. And, we at that point in time when we worked with Harry, he had a great vision, and he wanted his product to really excel in the industry. So we took what was the Wayne Engineering saccadic fixator to what it now is, the Benovi Touch. So that was kind of the first staples of the company, and our vision was to make sure that every clinic is using a Benovi Touch, and every client and patient is using it to better obviously their visual system. So that's kind of one of our products, is the Benovi Touch, and around that we really created the Benovi platform. And from the get-go, we kind of knew that it was more than just hardware. It needed to have platform. It needed to be a platform. It needed to have some sort of software and data in order to obviously bring technology into the 21st century. So, like you said, it is a platform. It's comprised of a couple different aspects. So we seem to kind of go towards that. It's we build everything around the 4 pillars, which is hardware, software, data, and kind of the expert knowledge. So there's a lot there. The Benovi Pro and the Benovi Coach are used for in clinic work and working with patients and remote therapy. And then, the hardware piece, like the Benovi Touch and recently acquired Vima strobes, are, to be used kind of in the clinic to really, test, train, and baseline patients and have tangible data around, the workup and everything that the clinics are doing with their patients.
Yep, and I have up on the screen right now the Benovi Touch, so if people haven't seen it before, they can get a sense of what the product actually looks like. You want to
Mm-hmm.
just sort of just describe maybe what we're looking at here on the screen and how it works?
Okay, so it is in its basic form, it is a light board. So obviously the buttons that you see there, they do light up. Now it is a 3-color light, so we have red, green, and blue. So it does allow us to work binocularly or monocularly with red, green glasses. So something that was never there before. It was just one color. Now we changed that to 3 colors. Now those buttons, there are 49 buttons within the Benovi Touch. Everything is tactile, so it is not a touch screen. They are actual buttons, so there is that sensory feedback. Not only of the sensory feedback of when you touch the button and press it, but also there's an audio feedback as well when you press the buttons. So these boards, they are modular, meaning that you can actually connect a couple boards together. So you are not limited just by the one board. So the one board is about 30 by 30 inches. And you can really expand your training and obviously your optometry room to really, bring in 2, 3, 4 different devices and not only work, with the periphery and open up the angle of the field of vision. But what you can also do is you can start incorporating a gross motor into the workup, meaning that you can actually move from device to device to still get that not only the fine motor, but also the gross motor with the Benovi. So everything there is also controlled from the iPad. What that allows for is, easy configuration. So previously the saccadic fixator, everybody always complained that it was 100 pages of a manual. It was so hard to set up. So we really made sure that it's iPad connected, easily customizable. You can control colors, you can control speeds, you can control direction. So really, it allows the optometrist to be the chefs, and they could really cater the activities to the patients and to whatever it is that they're working with them. So it really makes it a nice kind of companion in your vision therapy room for you and your patients.
Yep. And showing off the iPad interface here a little bit, just so people can see what we're talking about.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and I understand.
Yeah.
One of the things that we learned yesterday too was the huge amount of educational material that you have sitting behind all this stuff. Maybe we could talk a little bit about that too, because again, it's more than just a product, right? You guys have an entire platform.
Right. So this was one of the ideas behind everything we built. So these four pillars that I spoke about earlier, and originally when we kind of started within the industry, we did a lot of research, and we spoke to a lot of doctors to really identify some holes or some things that we can fill with technology that are missing within the space, and what are people really looking for. And one of those things that we constantly kept hearing from the industry was this aspect of education, and being able to not only educate the staff and the therapists, because it does cost a lot of money. Two, certain areas have high turnovers just because of the way it goes. So, we really, focused on what can we create. And this is when we created this Benovi Academy. And this is really all around gathering the best knowledge in the industry from, different areas, and really putting that in what we call is an EPUB. So it's like an iBook, but this is very interactive. So it allows us to bring in videos, it allows us to bring in pictures, it allows us to bring in links. So it's really just a new way to interact with the content. So it's touchable. People can, move cursors and just interact with the content. And this is kind of the new way, and we see that education is being delivered. So what we did is we really partnered. Currently, we have really three areas of education specific to optometry. So one, we did the 5-weekend SANET series course, and here Dr. SANET and Dr. Press collaborated to what is this over 100 hours of video content, and then we have the theory and the details from Dr. Leonard Press about the content that Dr. SANET delivers. So that's probably one of our bigger pieces that that took over, I'd say, over a year to put together, and is now available strictly within the Benovi platform. The second aspect of the Benovi Academy is the primitive reflex here. So we worked with Patty Andrich to deliver what is this entire module of primitive reflexes, from the intro, how to implement it, integrate it into your practice, and then also 50 plus videos that allow you to not only educate your staff internally, but also allows you to now do that remotely and share that with your patients. The third aspect of the academy is the Syntonics, which is really introduction to Syntonics with Dr. Stefan Collier. And what that does, it really introduces and allows the clinic to, to learn about Syntonics, same kind of idea of how to implement it and integrate it into your practice.
Wow, so incredibly comprehensive amount of information there. I mean, aside from the technology itself, just the sheer amount of content you put together is pretty staggering. Just Len Press's stuff
Correct.
alone would take a long time to get through.
Right. Yes. And you know what? It really is amazing to have to be working with such amazing people. They really have the vision, and they are at the forefront of the industry, and they really help us and guide what we create. And this is one of the main things around Benovi and everything we create, because we are not. I want to say we're not the doctors. We're a company that really has come into an industry. We always are learning from our customers and from our doctors. So we always have our hearing hats on, and we've always listened for years to everyone. And this is how it has allowed us to shape and structure what we have today in the Benovi platform. And we want to continue to do the same thing. We want to make sure that we're always listening to what people want in order to really create the best product and give our customers the main things that will really help them and their patients be successful.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Adrian, are you finding the use of your product line more for enhancement, regular vision therapy, sports vision, or for the neurological rehabilitation, or is it both?
It definitely is both. So the way we build our platform, our products, it's very open to how our customers want to use it. So because we have the ability for our customers, so we don't really pinpoint everybody into using content in the sense of, so we have a library over 100 vision therapy videos that clinics can administer. What we find though is there is this need and drive of the kind of industry to create their own videos and their own standards. So what we're seeing is a lot more clinics are starting to create their own videos, are starting to create their own activities. And this is where it spans across not only the neuro side, but also now the vision therapy side. And, we're starting to see now more and more there are, people outside of the industry wanting to leverage the Benovi platform just to have their own content and then deliver that to their patients. So, you have to see it also as a way to be able to deliver multimedia to the masses. And that's really, what Benovi allows to do. And you really can kind of cater your experience and create your own journey within the platform.
Yep, and in fact, I have up on the screen right now, I don't know if you can see it, the home therapy and the personalized plans with multimedia instructions, which looks pretty cool.
There's your Brock string, Paul.
Yep.
Sorry, say that again?
There was a Brock string. We had discussed it yesterday, an old device, an old therapy.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny. You have the juxtaposition of the old and the new, right? Because it's on an iPhone.
Correct, right? Ironic how that works, but yes, and we in today's day, what we're seeing is people are not reading anymore. Everybody wants to watch videos. Everybody wants to just get information quickly without doing the work. So when we were creating Benovi, this was kind of one of the things in the forefront is how do we create something that's multimedia that gives patients an ability to quickly watch a video, do an activity, do an exercise, and then move on with their day, instead of the whole idea around the templates and binders and papers. So we wanted to make it effective and efficient for everyone, and this is kind of what patients are getting now, and they're loving it because within seconds they can launch the app, do it on their phone in 20 minutes or whatever the desired time is for them to do the therapy. They complete it, they move on with their day, and they can do it essentially anywhere remotely wherever they are. So it's powerful in that case that we still allow them and give them the ability to complete their therapy from anywhere and everywhere they are.
Right. And I want to just, stress again, you guys are having a BOGO promotion here. I'm going to put it up on the screen so people can see it. So buy one, get one free for the Benovi Touch hardware product. So that's valued at $3,000 per unit. And if you want to take advantage of it, people should go to your booth. They can also go to your website, right, benovitouch.com. But definitely check out your booth because you have, way more information in there that we could possibly go over here.
That's correct. And, and I, what I do is, and, it may not be in the forefront, but we do run live webinars every week. That's usually with myself, and to really go over a lot of the product features, product details, and then sometimes we even get into the depths of, the product itself and the technological aspect of it. So people can check that out always on Wednesdays at noon and 3. And if you reach out to us, we can definitely give you more details. But come check out our products. And if there are any questions, just have them contact us. And we're more than happy to help and answer any questions people may have.
Very cool. Well, Adrian, thanks so much for being here today. And again, I will urge everyone to jump into your booth and check out what you guys have.
Thank you very much, guys. Enjoy the Sunday, and hopefully the conference has been a hit and a success so far.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
All righty.
As we go through all these products, ODs always ask me and you and everybody else in our ODwire forum, what does it cost to have a high-tech medical practice and with all the bells and whistles equipment? And that could be $200,000, $300,000, maybe even more. When I go through all these products, to have a high-tech functional vision, binocular vision, vision therapy clinic, you can get all these things for perhaps $10,000 total and really set yourself apart. It's just amazing the diversity of devices that are very, very cost efficient and kind of very high tech.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm struck by that too, by the pricing. It's it's not like OCTs were, right? Where you're laying out 50 grand or whatever, snap of the fingers. It's not like that.
With OCTs and wide field imaging and visual fields and topographers and then I go on and on and on. And each one of them is 3, 4, 5 times the cost of everything here.
Yep.
And you make your practice stand out for very little money and no competition. That's the amazing part, that the optometrists are constantly complaining about the competition. And here's an area that it's competition free, and yet they will just not even stick their toe into it. I mean, the fact that I get more and more aggravated as I listen to all these people coming on, because we never discuss this on ODwire. Everyone is so busy whining.
Well, I've always said to you, Paul, thank God for average, because that's what separates you from the average practitioner.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, I know you're going on sort of your old man rant and rave here, Dad, but like the issue is, I think, with a lot of people is sometimes people are afraid to step out of their comfort zone, right? And for a lot of people, this stuff is new and not necessarily the most comfortable thing to do.
That's true. And of course, it's always the question of, will it be covered by insurance?
Yep.
If it isn't covered by insurance, they're not interested in even sticking their toe in, thinking that there's a whole world of people that not only get their nails done, but get their face done, with plastic surgery, and that's not covered. So there is a market out there for people that are willing to pay privately for certain specialty care, but yet optometrists won't even consider it. It's just really aggravating just to even think about it.
But if you're aggressive and go out there, you don't have to worry even about insurance if you're dealing with college teams and semi-pro and pro teams as well as individuals with the money to fork over. Because then you're going to get the school to pay, and you just have to be aggressive in how you approach it. I mean, these guys have been doing it for years in sports vision, but very, very, very few, like you said, and they have the market you wanted.
Yep.
But I'm thinking of individual parents. I mean, if something were wrong with Reed,
yep,
that could be fixed, would you even consider not doing it because it's not covered by insurance?
Oh, hey,
it isn't even a consideration.
I'm thinking of swiping those synaptic glasses and telling him I lost them just so Reed can have them so he can get better at baseball.
I think he'll let you have it.
That's right.
Think of the high school athlete who's a good high school baseball player, but marginal to get into a Division III school. If you could present a program which would perhaps bring him up a level or two where he can get a full scholarship, would that be worth it to a parent? I would do it in a second. Yep. There's no guarantees, but with the proper research and the proper doctor, it certainly should work.
Yep. Yeah. So this is definitely something that people might want to explore, but again, I think like you said, average is average, and some people just don't want to dip their toes into the water if they don't feel like if it's going to be too much effort, they just don't want to do it, and it's just easier, right, to have insurance companies send patients your way, and vision plans send patients your way, and that's it. So I'm hoping that our audience is not like that, right? I mean, we have 1,000 people signed up here today. So very clearly, there are some people who are motivated, to try something different.
Yes. Right.
I just went into a conference to give you a little report. First of all, there's about 500 people again, and the interaction between, like you just mentioned, the speaker and the audience is far greater than C-Wire. So these people are motivated here.
Yep.
Sure.
You get the transcripts at the end, Adam, where you can see all the interaction, all the chats and everything.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to see it yourself.
Yep, yeah. So it's really gratifying to see, especially conference people really are into it, and that's kind of cool. Let me actually finish going over our sponsors before our next interview, because believe it or not, we haven't even gotten through it once. It's been so action packed here today. So Syntonic International. So again, they produce Syntonic equipment for the office and home therapy. Interesting thing about them, they've been doing it for a long time, and they created even an online forum where people can trade tips, which I think is pretty cool. So go check out their booth. Vivid Vision, we haven't even really spoken about them much today, but you can see that there's a VR headset right on their underneath their little logo there. So they can do vision therapy with VR, which I think is definitely going to be a trend of the future. Check out their virtual booth. I don't think what you see is going to be able to do it justice without actually throwing on a set of goggles so you can see what it's actually like. But I have a feeling this is going to be the way of the future for VT in a lot of ways. The headsets, by the way, are becoming cheaper. I know when VR headsets first came out, they were pretty pricey, right? You'd spend a couple $1,000s easily, and you'd need to actually have a computer power the goggles as well, right? Because the device itself didn't have enough power a lot of the time. And now what we're starting to see is integrated devices like the Oculus Quest, where you don't need a standalone computer to use them. You just need the headset. And I think, again, as we move forward, that's going to become much more commonplace.
What does that cost now, Adam, the Quest?
It's relatively cheap. It's a few $100, I think, $400,
really?
something like that. Yeah, it's not. I was surprised by the price point. It's relatively low. Again, the Quest, they're not the most powerful set of VR goggles in the world, but they're good enough. They can even play games. And I think that's the big selling point, obviously, for a lot of people. But if it's good enough to play games, it's good enough to do vision therapy. And finally, web vision therapy. So it's designed to augment office-based vision therapy. So again, it's VT over the web, and people can do it at home. And again, you can also use it in your office as well. So check out their platform and their products too, so you can see what that looks like. I guess we've come a very long way from the old days. Thinking about how this used to be done with almost no tech whatsoever. So kind of interesting. Alrighty, and in a few minutes, what time is it? It's 10:02. I think we're going to have, I hope, Brandon Crawford come from Shedlight to talk to us about lasers.
I think he's going to shed some light for all of us.
Yes, because this is an area where I know I have no expertise whatsoever, and I'm getting the sense from you guys that you don't either.
Well, I've been on their website this morning, so I know a little bit about it, but I want to hear from the expert.
Yep. Yeah, because not only do I not understand how the lasers work, I'm not even sure how you actually use them in clinical practice. So I'd really like to hear how these things are actually used for treatment.
The interesting thing is, I know in most states, optometrists can't use lasers. They of course can use it in Oklahoma, West Virginia, I think Kentucky, but they can use light therapy. So I wonder, I'm going to ask him what the availability is for the OD to use, and even though it's a cold laser, it's still a laser, how the state boards are working with that.
Right.
It'll be interesting.
Yep. So we'll be talking to him soon. And by the way, again, so if you've just tuned in, the conference is going really great. As Steve mentioned, several hundred people are in the classes right now. We've got over 1,000 people sign up for the conference, which is really remarkable. I personally did not think we would hit 1,000 people. I thought the subject was too specialized, and I was obviously wrong.
Yep.
Because the conference is much bigger than the one they usually do in person now, so that's really great. That means we're getting people who might not have otherwise been able to attend the live show, the in-person show, had they done it. So pretty cool. But again, for those of you who don't know, we're struggling a little bit here on our end with the live stream today because of this. Up on the screen, I will show you again a picture of what Portland looks like where we are. We haven't seen the sun now here for several days.
I noticed that you shaded your fireplace. You close it off.
Oh yeah, you noticed that in the video. So people
Yes.
are going to think our house is under construction or something, but no. What we've done is we've actually sealed all the fireplaces, the doors. We've had to seal everything off to try to keep the smoke out. So, yeah, it's been a little bit challenging, and hopefully by tomorrow the winds are going to shift and things will get better.
Actually, I went online to look at your virtual reality, and there is quite a few. There's HTC, Sony, HTC again, Samsung, and Oculus is there also. So, and there are different grades, as you can tell. So
yeah, so I mean,
it's really increasing.
Yeah, so you can get a thing like a Valve headset. They make a really high-end one, and you could easily drop a few $1,000s on it, not only for the headset but for the really high-powered PC you need with it. But then you can go to something much lower end like the Oculus Quest, which is very mainstream. You don't need a computer for it, and those have become relatively cheap. I'm trying to think. Let me actually look and see what they're at these days, because I'm not even sure what the price point is now. But I know for ours it was a few $100.
Yeah, I'll get it right now because I'm on the site. It's for 64 gigabytes. It has a 633.
Yeah, so they're not that expensive anymore. So here you go. And the reason it's you're building the cost into the VR headset itself, so it's hard to appreciate it here. So obviously you can see the goggles on the screen. Those other two things down there are the handheld things, so it can tell where your hands are in space. And the computer is actually built into the headset itself. So inside of it, it actually has a tiny PC. And what happens is it's very much like an iPhone. There's an app store that you use to download the apps into the headset itself. So when you're using it, you don't need to tether it to a real PC. And in fact, there's a charging cable, and when you actually use it, you use it wirelessly most of the time. The downside is, of course, you walk into things. Sometimes you have to be very careful about where you're using it, so you don't end up walking into stuff.
Well, I would just wear the special socks. I'd be safe.
There you go.
Is it the lithium battery or like the battery that's in a phone and a laptop?
Yeah, it's very much like a phone. You have to charge it up, and it lasts, I want to say, like 3 hours on a charge, depending on what game you're playing and how you're using it. So, pretty neat stuff. It works pretty well. But the one thing, again, I get nervous when I use it because I'm always worried I'm going to walk into something. Right? Because when you get into a game, you really start moving around. So it can be a little challenging.
Maybe a basketball court or an athletic field.
There you go. Yeah, you need something big. And I heard somebody come in and out. I don't know if that was Brandon or not. Hopefully he'll come back in. So yeah, here's.
Yeah, even when I'm on the site, it's still hard to understand what it exactly does. So I'm really curious to speak to him.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm just putting up sort of the list of games and stuff that people use with the VR headset. But vision therapy, obviously, it's an application whose time has come for this, because if it can render games like this, they're this complicated, you can very easily set up vision therapy scenarios inside of it.
What do the games run for typically? $40, $50?
It depends, actually. There are some indie games that are relatively cheap, and then there are, some very expensive ones. Games like Beat Saber are relatively cheap and have become very popular. So this is where you use a lightsaber to the beat of things coming at you with music. It's so the indie games have become very popular with it. Yeah.
Is it like the phone and the tablets where sometimes you get the first version for free and then you have to buy into the upper levels?
Correct. Yeah, there's a lot of that where you can get the demos that cost nothing, and then if you want to play more, you have to pay more. So it's very much like an iPhone in that you have an app store with the libraries and so forth. I haven't actually played a lot of these, but it's if you're into games, it's kind of a fun thing to experience.
Yeah, might be a good Hanukkah present. That's what I'm looking at it for.
Oh yeah,
not for me.
Yeah, no,
it'll be for me, but it won't be.
Right. No, absolutely. It allows you, and it's got some other things. Even if you're not into gaming, like there's applications that allow you to take tours around the world, so you can get sort of a insight into other places. I don't know where it draws the map data from, but you can see cities around the world and virtually walk through them. So it's kind of nice, especially now during COVID, where we can't go anywhere, or during these wildfires where I literally can't go anywhere, can't even leave the house. To know that there's a bigger world out there.
Okay.
By the way, did you mention to folks that they can, if they want to chat, that you can say something online if you want to just somebody had a question. Steve, are you handling that question?
Yeah, it was actually. It looks
on
like,
there.
yeah, he sent me his email. Apparently, this is a fellow who listened to my lecture on the CE Wire platform because he wanted to know about basically RP and what I lectured on last year on Luxturna, etc. If you look, so I have his email. I'll send all the information to him. But that's nothing to do with NORA. That's basically what I talked about, not this year, but the year before on the new gene therapy.
Yep. I noticed some people pull up topics on ODwire that are 15 years old, and they'll start a discussion based on 15 years ago. So it's always amazing.
They pull up stuff about some stock recommendations that didn't work out.
Oh yeah.
That's the great thing about ODwire, though, right? We have a 20-year database of people and their predictions. So if you want to prove somebody wrong, just do a little search. You can see all kinds of stuff that didn't actually come true.
Or some of the audios we've done in the past. People are no longer with us, so
Yep.
we still have their voices.
Yep.
Sure.
From the beyond,
Yep.
Who was the fellow with microprisms who passed away? Forget his name.
Merrill.
He died.
Merrill
Bowen.
Merrill Bowen, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so we're still waiting for our next guest. And by the way, I just want to show everyone again. So they think, everyone thinks I'm exaggerating what's going on here with the smoke. So this is before. This is down the street from me. This is before, and this is after. So, big difference. That's all smoke. So that's why I sound the way I do, and I'm kind of getting to my wit's end with this. This really needs to come to an end soon.
That's why we always thought that ODwire was smoke and mirrors. Now it really is.
Now it literally is.
But it's interesting though that we're 5 miles apart. You're just about 5 miles south of where I am.
Yep.
And we're a little bit higher. We're at about 1,000 feet, and it's not nearly as foggy as where you are.
Yeah.
So that just a few miles makes a difference.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of smoke here. Oop, I saw somebody just came in. Fingers crossed that's Brandon. Brandon, is that you?
It is.
Oh, thank goodness. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you for being here with us today.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Sure. So we've actually been talking a lot about shed light and lasers, and what we've really been talking about is our own ignorance, because none of us here, I think, are really experts in this at all. And we were hoping you could enlighten us a little bit about the idea behind cold lasers and how it all works, because we really know nothing.
Sure. Absolutely. I'm glad you asked. That's, very easy question to answer, and, definitely a broad topic. So let's see where it takes us. So, laser and light therapy is a big deal. It's heavily studied. It's been studied since the 1960s. There's hundreds of human clinical trials. There's thousands of animal studies showing or demonstrating safety and efficacy. And I think it's one of the, one tool that every practitioner needs to have in their practice. I don't care if it's, a chiropractor, a physical therapist, an optometrist, a psychiatrist, psychologist. Like, we've got all those people using our product. We've got neurosurgeons using our product. So, there's so many different uses and applications for laser and light therapy. Basically what it does is it speeds up healing. So that's just, the very, easiest, most generalized answer of, what it does. But basically, from a biochemical standpoint, it's going to generate more ATP from the mitochondria. So obviously, if you increase ATP within the cells, well, that's like the fuel source for the cells. So those cells are going to do whatever they need to do. If they need to heal, they'll heal faster. If they need to produce a neurotransmitter, they'll do that. If they need to, reduce inflammation or even increase inflammation, they'll do that. And that's one thing that laser therapy is regarded as in the literature, is it's regarded as great regulator. And so when I talk to people that are familiar with like nutrition and herbals, I tell them it's like an adaptogen. adaptogens are going to raise a system or lower a system. That's what we see with laser therapy. So it's a great regulator. And so someone asked, I think it was Dr. Shidlovsky asked about neuroinflammation. And what we see is that it modulates neuroinflammation. And what I mean by that is, let's take, for example, NF-kappa B. So what we'll see is that it can actually increase NF-kappa B, which is pro-inflammatory. However, we need NF-kappa B to create, neuroplasticity. So that's where you see it, increasing it. But then at the same time, it can increase inflammation. But that's why when I teach and lecture, I tell people monitor your functional exam findings, because then you'll know when to stop. You'll know what your dosage is. That's the thing. It speeds up healing. What we need to do is be able to examine our patients and know, be able to find those dosages, like what I talked about in my lecture. Now, things like, cerebellum vestibular system, those are easy things to monitor. Using primitive reflexes, those are easy to monitor. But what a lot of people do, and what I teach is, use a pulse oximeter. When you're working with someone and you start to see the heart rate go up and you start to see the oxygen go down, then you're starting to exceed some metabolic rate and you're starting to, cause some inflammation, and then boom, stop. So there's lots of little tricks and little windows into finding that, those right dosages for your patient. And that's one thing that we can't just use the literature for. I think I touched on that in the lecture as well, is we can't just go off the literature for dosages. Now, we can use that for guidelines, of course, and we should. But what we continue to see is that those guidelines continually are being pushed. And so as time goes on, we're using more high-powered lasers in the literature, and those guidelines are being pushed and pushed and pushed. And we're seeing that even in the higher dosages, it's very safe and very effective. It's very safe. It's very effective. Definitely indicated in so many different fields of medicine, fields of healing, and all these things. I could talk for hours.
Well, why don't we just go over a little? I'm just curious, in your own practice, can you give me an example of, a disease that you might use it for, and mechanistically, how would you use it? How do you actually use the laser in a case?
Okay, sure. So in my practice, I'm mainly seeing things like pediatric brain injuries, seeing a lot of neurodevelopmental disorders, a lot of TBI cases and stuff like that. And so I use it in various ways. Number one, when the patient first comes in, I'll perform the blood illumination technique, which, again, that was in my lecture. So I'll perform that technique first, because whenever we illuminate the large blood supplies like the carotids and the abdominal aorta, what you see is a systemic reduction in inflammation, autoimmunity, and you'll start to proliferate stem cells. And so basically, you're priming that person for therapy. So this helps to prevent metabolic fatigue and things like that, because back in the day, 10 years ago, when I wasn't so heavy on lasers, I was still using them, but I wasn't as heavy. Like if I did a neurointensive case, I might need that patient in my office for like 5 hours, because we're going to do a therapy and then they need to rest. We're going to do a therapy and then they need to rest. And it's because, I didn't want to exceed that metabolic rate. But now what I'll do is I'll start them out on the blood illumination protocol, and then we'll start doing our rehab. I'm the developmental functional neurology guy taught by Dr. Malillo. And so basically, when I'm rehabbing the brain from the bottom up, if I'm starting to rehab a medulla or a pons or a midbrain or whatever it may be, I'm going to be doing my therapy. And then either at the same time, I'll be lasering through those points that I described in different areas of the brainstem, or the cerebellum, or the cortex, or I'll do a therapy and then I'll laser after turning those networks on, because that's how we do this, right? Because the networks that are more metabolically active are going to have a greater effect from that laser. And so that's what we need to learn how to do, is what we call co-activation. And so I'll do a therapy and then laser, or laser while I'm doing a therapy, so that we can stabilize those networks faster and more efficiently. So that's what I'm doing. I'm using it, number one, to increase, just increase the energy of the cells, reduce inflammation, increase the vitality of that patient. initially, and then I'm going through and starting my rehab and my procedures and all that, and then using it very selectively and targeting the networks that we're trying to integrate. And we get, I mean, I'm getting results faster now than I ever have in my entire career. I mean, obviously I've been refining my procedures and doing those things, but whenever I really started to hone in and use these lasers, on very targeted networks, and I've looked at 3D model images, and I've really, focused in on where to get, especially the brainstem, really trying to figure out where to hit the brainstem from, because it's a very difficult place to laser. You can't just go, I mean, you can go straight, through the cortex, but obviously it's more secondary and tertiary effects happening there. But you can even have primary effects if you go through the mouth, through the nose, through that spot behind the ear that I talked about. These are the best places, to really get in here and start to laser the brainstem. So that's what I do, man. I get the person ready, and then we start firing them up, and man, good things happen.
Cool.
It's a lot of information there, right, Adam?
Yeah.
I'm still confused with how do you target the various organ systems when you don't have an open area. You can, like you said, go through the mouth, the nose, but how do you know you're hitting that part of the neurology and not hitting disseminated other areas?
Oh, okay. So you're talking about through the brainstem, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So that's where, number one, I spent a lot of time looking at 3D models, like literally going, okay, what structures am I going through here? Measuring distances, making sure that we're going to get the penetrance that we need, and that type of thing. But then that's where co-activation becomes so important, because if I know, let's just say for the medulla, for example, if I know that, the solitary nuclei live in the medulla, and I know that, that's taste, I can put some peppermint oil on someone's tongue, and I know that I'm starting to increase blood flow and metabolic rate in the solitary nuclei in the medulla. If I need to, use, for the pons, I can start using horizontal eye movements, or, whatever it may be, for that area of the brainstem. And then once I know, specifically how to target those networks and start to increase their metabolic rate, then I know that the research tells me that there's going to be a greater effect on neurons and networks that are more metabolically active. Then that's how I know. But then I also know, because I use my functional measurements, okay, especially primitive reflexes, and whatever other findings I may have, you'll start to see those improve. And so you're hitting those targets. So that's the name of the game, is know how to activate it and know how to test it. And then you're golden. So if you're not making improvements, then you need a different window in, or you need a different co-activation strategy, but you can be really specific with this, and you'll see it in your results.
I see. Now, you said it's cold laser. What temperature does the laser work at, and how is that determined, and can you vary that?
Cold laser is actually a marketing term. It really came around about 20 years ago. It was just something to kind of tell people that, hey, this isn't going to burn you. This is, there's no problem with it. It's not producing heat. That's one thing that some people in the market will tell you, our lasers don't produce heat. Well, here's the thing. A laser power meter, it actually measures the photothermal effect. So if anyone can quote the power of a laser, it's been, a laser power meter has been used, and it has to produce heat because it registered something, right? So all lasers and lights produce a degree of a photothermal effect, period. Now, a therapy laser, a properly made therapy laser, is going to have a diverging beam. Okay, so our beam diverges at 25 degrees. What that does is that reduces the amount of heat. Like, for example, go outside and get a magnifying glass. You can focus the sun's rays, and you can burn a hole in your skin. But if you don't do that, you're out there for 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, and then your skin starts to turn pink. So you have this inborn mechanism to tell you when you're starting to get too much light, right? So that same principle applies to laser and light therapy. So if we have a divergent beam, we're not going to be as concerned about burning tissue and that much and so on. But basically what happens is whenever you measure the laser class, like the safety rating of the laser, is you measure how many photons are going through the size of a pupil. And so if you have this divergent beam, what it does is it allows for you to have a higher powered laser at a lower safety class. And so we have a laser that produces class 4 power, but we're at class 3B safety rating. And again, it's because of the divergent beam.
Much like
and so
much like a YAG laser, which is focused on, let's say, the crystalline lens. If it misses and diverges to the retina, it won't cause any damage.
Exactly.
Yep. So my big question, and I don't know if you can answer this, or for Steve brought it up before, from an optometry perspective, the use of lasers in some states, they allow it, but others don't, and it's kind of a patchwork. I don't know if you have any advice, or where these can be used or can't be used.
Here's what I know is that our product is FDA cleared for the whole body. And so I know that makes a big difference on where it can be used. Like, for example, in California, lasers can only be used for what they're FDA cleared for. And so if you have a laser that's just FDA cleared for shoulder pain or foot pain or something like that, then, once you start using outside of the shoulder or the foot, then technically you're operating outside of the guidelines. But our product is cleared for the entire body, or for the whole body. And so I think that makes a big difference. Not from a state licensing and scope of practice perspective, I'm not 100% certain, in regards to the use in optometry, unfortunately. So I could do some research on that and get back to you, but right now I don't really know exactly how to answer scope of practice and state use.
Yeah, I mean, in eye care in general, it's always a huge challenge, right? Because everyone's licensed at the state level, and every state has their own sort of arcane rules that can be difficult to follow. So, for instance, Steve in New Jersey is probably very different than us out here in Oregon.
Correct. And in Oklahoma, et cetera, where they can do, if they can do LASIK and things like that, they can certainly do this laser.
Sure.
Is it used at all in the anterior segment for the lids, blepharitis, et cetera? Or is it only neurologically used?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that. What was that?
Is it also used for, let's say, the anterior segment part of the eye, whether it be the lids or dry eye conditions, acne, rosacea, or is it only used, let's say, in a neurological approach to the brain?
Oh, no. So you can absolutely use this for anywhere on the body, okay? And I have used this I don't know that there's anywhere on the body I have not used this product. I've had people come in with dry eyes. We have done that, and we hit, I target the parasympathetic ganglia in the head, the sphenopalatine especially. But, there's other areas that we'll hit with that. But basically, I've even used it for macular degeneration. And I have a protocol for that, basically, where, you're shining it through the temple. You have your eyes closed, and whenever the person tells me they start to see red, then I actually flip it to the infrared because it's going to have a less dramatic effect on the retina. And I'll laser through the side of the head like that, hitting the back of the retina, and I know I'm hitting it because I'm asking them when they can start to see that light. And so I have various protocols like that for the eye, and there are research studies. There's actually a lot of research studies on laser and light use in the eye, but no, anywhere in the body. I mean, I've had people use it for acne, for rosacea, like you talked about, all sorts of skin conditions, even skin infections. And there's studies, showing that infrared and red laser therapy is going to reduce viral and bacterial replication. And so while, we're not treating an infection, what we're doing is we're increasing the host immune response, and we're reducing the ability of that virus to replicate. And so that's actually, something that's discussed in the literature. Our company discussed doing some clinical trials on respiratory diseases, specifically, revolving around COVID. So if we can get some hospitals on board, which I've got a few overseas hospitals that might do this with us, then we actually might initiate some clinical trials on respiratory disease. But, there's so many different applications. I mean, anything from hormones to, I've got studies showing that when you laser testicles, testosterone goes up. I personally doubled my own testosterone. It took me, I think it was 3 months, and I've got the before and after labs that show my testosterone doubled. And when I did that, I stopped taking my herbals. I stopped taking the stuff I was taking because I really wanted to see what the lasers did. And I've had, other people report similar findings. So, I've had people that, are struggling with infertility. We did this on ovaries. We did this on the uterus. We've done this on testicles. We've done this on, so many different places. I mean, so the uses are, again, quite broad, especially, going back to what I first talked about. I mean, what does it do? It improves healing. And so we can apply that to, anywhere on the body.
Yep.
I have a question. How does your malpractice cover this procedure?
So my malpractice, okay, so I'm a chiropractor in the state of Texas. So currently my scope is rather limited, right? So they've even taken away neuro temporarily from my scope. And so everything that I do has to be within a musculoskeletal, scope of practice. And so basically when I'm using the laser, I'm doing it, to improve health and wellness or health and vitality of the body. And I'm selectively targeting, various muscles. And I actually have an acupuncture license. And so I can, talk about the acupuncture meridians that I'm stimulating and that kind of thing. Acupuncture meridians do run on the head. So you have the stomach meridian and bladder meridian, those types of things. And so, if I'm lasering the frontal lobe, then, I'm lasering the stomach meridian. And so there's, there's ways to get around that in documentation and how I communicate things and that sort of thing. So in Texas, I'm limited, but then you have states, like Louisiana, Florida, I think that are a lot more open. And so from that perspective, then you can be a lot more liberal with your use and how you talk about it and use it and whatnot. I'm not sure from an optometry standpoint, I'm not sure how it would apply to malpractice, but it gets a little hairy in Texas, so I have to be a little creative with how I document things.
Right. So your advice is to have every optometrist check with their carrier before they start using
absolutely. Yes, you absolutely need to, check with your own state laws, your malpractice providers and whatnot, and see what, your guidelines for use are. Again, if there is limitations, then there might be ways around it. There might be some creative things that you can do. But bar none, you can still have an effect on the brain, even by just lasering the gut, even by just lasering, for example, here's one study that pops to mind. There's a study that showed lasering the hindquarters in a rat actually improved the blood-brain barrier integrity in the rat. So, even when you laser the body, you can still have an effect on the brain, and that's been demonstrated in the literature. So, and again, why? Well, you're improving the overall health of the person. If you're using the red, then that's absorbing in the fluids, that's going into the blood supply, and that's circulating through the whole body. You're reducing inflammation, autoimmunity, proliferating stem cells, so on and so forth. And then I do personally think that we're having a huge effect on the acupuncture meridians. And there's a lot of information that's been written about that. You can actually stimulate an acupuncture point faster with a laser than with a needle. And that's been demonstrated. So I do think that we're having an effect on those acupuncture meridians. I do think that we're affecting the entire blood supply whenever we laser someone. There's a study that showed when we laser the quad muscles for muscle recovery post-workout, that it affected all the muscle groups. It didn't just affect the quads. So there's interesting things like that in the literature. So you can still affect the brain, and we do, like at Shed Light, what we do is we help clinically guide you. So if you have, you get the laser, you have trouble with, oh man, I don't know what to do on this case. This is kind of wonky. My state won't let me laser the brain, so on and so forth. You email, call, text, or whatever, and we go, okay, based on that, here's what you can do. And we kind of help you through these cases. So it's not like we're just throwing a product at you and saying, see you later. We do want to be there with you. We want you to, be a master of this product and definitely know how to use it for all these different situations.
Are there acceptable insurance ICD codes that you use in chiropractic care, and are they generalized codes for medicine?
Yes. So there are laser codes and light codes. Now, infrared light is more covered than the red. So infrared has, I think, 2 codes. I think there's an S8953 code that you can build. There's also an infrared specific code. If you're just using the red laser, then it has less coverage. But since our product has both red and infrared in it, then you can bill both of those codes and get reimbursed for it. So yes, there are ICD-10 codes.
Great. It's a really diverse field.
Yeah, it really is. And in fact, so I have up on the screen, let me actually pull it up here again so people can see the Shedlight site. So if people are interested in going ahead and making a purchase, this is the place to go, right? Shedlightcoldlasers.com.
Yes, sir. That is us.
Okay, so there you are. And everyone can see it up here in front of me. So pretty cool stuff. Now, I guess the big difference that you guys have is you can give people some advice too, right? Once they purchase it, because I think that's what a lot of people are looking for, is some guidance, on
yes,
how to use it and what
absolutely.
to do.
Absolutely. And that's, a big reason why we started the company, because I've always used, I've used lasers for almost 10 years. And, even when I was in school, I was using them. And when I started talking to people, about why they don't have lasers in their practice, the number one reason was because we don't know how to use it. And so I thought, well, crap, I can solve that problem. And so, yes, that's something that we're very proud of. Is I did write a manual for the frequencies that I created in the laser. Now we have lots of other frequencies in there, but so you get a manual for the shed light frequencies. But then again, like what you said, we do an initial phone call with a person so they know how to use the product. They know how to turn it on, how to find everything, how to use it, and all that. And then once you get going, you have access to a private Facebook group. So if you want to throw a question up on there, we'll answer it, or you can text us, call us, email us, and we'll hold your hand. So absolutely.
Very cool. So you're buying more than just a laser.
There was a question that came in. I don't know if it's in response to your discussion. Let me just throw the questions at you, and we'll see if it's applicable. Jacob Lieberman was talking about this almost 40 years ago. Do you know any sort of Jacob Lieberman that was talking about your product? That's question one. And then the question two is, go ahead, answer one, and I'll give you two.
So I don't know if this is the person that I met, but I met someone in Dubai when I was at Arab Health, and that name rings a bell. I don't know if that person's still alive, but if they are, that may have been who I met in Dubai, because this person came up to me and they were like, man, I've been talking about this for, I forget however many number of years, but he was one of the initial proponents of laser and light therapy, and he was located somewhere in Europe. I have his information written down in my book, but Lieberman, it doesn't ring a bell, just to be honest. Now that I think about it, I don't think that was the guy I talked with, but no. So what was the other question?
Yeah, is this effective to stimulate optic nerve function?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And again, you can use the procedure that I talked about, where you shine through the temple, you close the eyes until you start to see the laser. You can do it that way. We have had people actually, swipe the laser up and down through the pupil to get some photons on the retina that way, which again is, there's some research showing that we can do that. But yes, you can absolutely affect the optic nerve.
And then another question is, anything with carotid blood flow?
What about carotid blood flow?
I assume she meant, does this help with carotid blood flow? So photobiomodulation will increase blood flow. It does it by affecting nitric oxide. And so when you you increase nitric oxide, you're going to, increase vessel dilation. So you're going to increase blood flow anywhere that you use it. This can also help with fibrin in the blood, so it can help to, reduce the stickiness in the, fibrin's one of the initial
cascades to clot formation, right? And so you can reduce fibrin in the blood with this. You increase oxygenation, tissue oxygenation. So yes, you can improve blood flow wherever you use this.
And then her comment to help you out was this fellow Jacob Lieberman wrote a book called Light, Medicine of the Future, and he's a retired OD. So that was the Lieberman person. So I guess you didn't meet him in Europe. He was an OD here.
Medicine of the Future?
Light, Medicine of the Future.
Yes, I've read that book.
Okay.
I see it now. So yes.
Cool. All right.
And so her final question before you let it go. She's loaded with questions here. Can a laser stimulate carotid blood flow? That was the question. Even with carotid stenosis.
Okay, so with carotid stenosis, here's what I'm going to recommend. Yes, laser and light therapy is going to help. I don't know if it's going to, reduce the plaquing and that kind of thing. My assumption is that with, with long-term use, it would. However, there's an enzyme called serrapeptidase. And when you start researching serrapeptidase, the Germans started using it a long time ago, and they specifically were using it for plaque formation in the carotid arteries. And what they would find is that when they used heavy doses of serrapeptidase, it actually got rid of the plaquing in the carotids. I have colleagues that have thermography units, and they'll actually have someone come in with blockage in the carotids. They'll put someone on serrapeptidase for 6 months, and redo the scan, and it's gone. So that's something that I recommend whenever I see someone with any kind of plaquing or stenotic arteries going on. Is I'll recommend serrapeptidase. Now, there's contraindications for serrapeptidase, and it's steroid use and blood thinning medication, because what it's going to do is it's going to make that medication work even better, and that's true for any medication, really. And so, if you're taking steroids or some kind of blood thinner, then you want to be careful with serrapeptidase use. But other than that, I think a good combination is serrapeptidase with a good dose of light, and you're off to the races.
Great. All right. Well, Brandon, thank you for all this information today. And again, if people want to learn more, just visit your booth or go to shedlightcoldlasers.com, and they can go ahead and learn more or go and purchase a laser. So again, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
All right. Have a good one.
Enjoy.
All right. Bye.
That was informative.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Informative. I think it'll be limited in optometry to those states that can use lasers, though, because, for example, IPL, intense pulse lighting, which we've had lectures on, and Art Epstein and Laura Perryman uses, etc. That's light, intense pulse light, but laser is specific, and I don't think, except for those few states that could do laser therapy, they'll be able to use it. But hey, look, our license is expanding all over the place, so come the future, we might be able to do it.
Yep. And a question, by the way. Yeah, I just wanted to get back to a conversation we were having before, by the way. Question came in, I saw in the chat, about virtual reality and vision therapy.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
So, one thing, this is actually a common phenomenon that people were talking about, the fact that when some people use VR, they get motion sick. And it's actually an area of research that's going on right now. There's a common term for it. It's called the BARF barrier. In that the frame rates at some VR headsets might be too low, and that's part of why people get sick. And so I just pulled up a Wikipedia page here, and you guys can check it out, talking about virtual reality sickness and what steps people are taking to try to combat it. And I know right now, technically, the manufacturers of the VR headsets are trying to work through this to really mitigate it, because obviously it's one of the big barriers to adoption. So if you go to the Wikipedia page on this, you can read all about it and what people are doing.
I wonder if there's some predictive tests you could do beforehand, whether it be visual or neurological, of people that are going to have this effect beforehand.
Yeah, so you can sort of read the flicker fusion frequency threshold. You can look down here, right? Mm-hmm. So you can see who might be more susceptible and so forth.
It's called critical flicker fusion. That was probably my second year. That's when it's really cool. When you look at a light bulb that's going, it doesn't flicker. When you look off to the side, you see the flicker because your critical flicker fusion frequency is better in the periphery than it is centrally.
Right.
A little bit of a old.
You know, in the distant past, Adam, I remember you were either took it in medical school or before something about virtual reality. Didn't you have some sort of lab or something over 20 years ago that
so
was doing something?
They started experimenting with it way back when in a variety of diseases, but of course back then VR was very primitive, right? I mean, like literally kind of like stick figures. I mean, I guess what it had back then was the isolation and the 3D aspect of it, but it certainly wasn't really realistic. Now, of course, it's very different. I mean, when you put on one of these headsets, the environments can look very real.
So if you improve the refresh rate, for lack of a better term, would that be something that might reduce that or eliminate it completely?
So that's the idea that a lot of people have, is that if you can improve the frame rate, as they call it, right, in video games, and make it smoother, you can actually try to reduce this effect. There's also a bit of a lag on some of the older headsets too, where when you move your head, the scene that you're seeing doesn't move in real time, right? So that's why you have to get the refresh rates as high as you can go. And that's why I think technically a lot of the stuff will, become mitigated, although there still is the problem, right, that your eyes are perceiving motion around you, but your body's staying still, right? So your vestibular sense is going to always be at least a little bit screwed up. But I have a feeling they're going to be able to mitigate at least some of it in the future by improving frame rates.
So you think it'll help seasickness?
No, I mean this induces seasickness, right? If you ever use a virtual headset.
But you can acclimatize someone so that they wouldn't get seasick by using some sort of therapy with lasers
well, so this is a good question. With VR, can you, if you do constant VR sessions, do you actually get used to this, your vestibular system being fooled by what your eyes are seeing? I don't know the answer to that. I haven't used VR enough to know, because I get seasick pretty easily and I get motion sick in general. VR, some of the games I literally can't play. Particularly the fast-moving ones, I can't do it. I feel sick straight away. Other ones, if it's a more peaceful environment where your head's not moving very much, I can handle those. And so the question is, if I actually started using this a lot, like every day, would I be able to do it more? And I have no idea.
And then there's one other comment from in the neurosports department. It may help in restrictive environments, but on-field, real world is still best. So,
for vision therapy,
any comments about that? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm obviously not an expert in vision therapy. I do know though that betting against technology is usually a bad bet. So I have a feeling in the future.
I experienced the same way when you go to Disney World or all these various places where they have a ride, for lack of a better word, set up, but you're really looking at a TV screen, and the device is moving around, and it's making you fooled. I definitely got upset with that. So I guess it's the same thing.
Yep. So, hopefully in the future they'll work it out at least a little bit. I don't know if they're ever going to fully mitigate the problem, but we'll see. All right, so what time is it now? So it's 10:30 here on the West Coast, I guess 1:30.
So we have a little break now.
A little break. Yeah, it's funny. With this particular conference, I have nothing in the way of B-roll other than Reed playing catch with me. None of our sponsors have given me any sort of long-form movies that we could play for a minute while we take a break. But I could put up something here. I do have some old movies from ODwire that we could put up just for a minute if people were curious. I have, the good old mastering OCT interpretation.
And everybody has a timeout now also, so hopefully they're visiting the exhibit halls because there's really nothing going on. Actually, one just started at 1:30. I shouldn't say that. I moved. That's, again, Dr. Fitzgerald is doing this stuff.
Yep. So...
Well, if you want to chat a bit, we always have stuff to chat about. And one of my favorite chats is, why aren't more optometrists doing this? This is, and I want to quote something. a lot of optometrists would like to get better known. How do you get yourself known nationally as an OD and an OD expert and someone that can go on the lecture circuit? And what you have to really do is try to pick areas that no one else is doing and get very, very good at it. I remember when I first went into, I said, I want to get on the lecture circuit. This was in the 60s. I said, what shall I do that no one is doing? And I took a course in hypnosis. And I became very, very good at hypnosis. And the first lectures I ever did on a national basis was entitled Hypnosis and the Optometrist, where during the first hour, I would talk about how you can use hypnosis in optometric practice. Generally, in those years, it was people that were afraid of applying lenses. And then just to talk about the risks and the benefits of hypnosis. And during the second hour, I would put a certain number of very susceptible people under hypnosis. And there was always, if you had an audience of more than 50, there were always a couple that did very, very well. And it made them true believers in hypnosis and the mind over the body. And because of this, I'm always skeptical when people have magic solutions to things. And I often wonder what the placebo effect is in any of these treatments. As being a cynic and someone that has, been fairly well versed in hypnosis, because I can see what the mind can do over the body. People used to think they were smelling perfume when I shoved smelling salts under their nose. So it was for real. So you got to wonder.
But Paul, you're right. You got to pick a vehicle. Your basic concept is correct. And try to pick something that is universally used and be aggressive. I did it with various ways also, different ways than you. And I think all the ones who were successful, whether it be on the speaking circuit or having just a good professional practice, finds a vehicle. You'll find a way if you're creative enough and if you're motivated enough. If not, you sit back and you wait for the phone to ring and you're just average, as I've said before.
Oh, yeah, and I found a quote that you wanted to hear. W.S. Gilbert was the lyricist for Gilbert and Sullivan operettas. A little history. This is the turn of the 20th century. You want to go back. And there was an operetta called The Gondoliers, and there's two lines which every optometrist that wants to become well-known should learn. And these are the two lines. When everyone is somebody, then no one's anybody. So
right.
You want to get known, but you want to get known for something that's unique. Don't get known walking down Main Street exposing yourself. I mean, you don't want to, that doesn't help your practice very much. But if you can get to be expert and let the media know that you're expert, the people will come to you for sure.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. That happened with me with myopia control. And to give you an idea of how you can get involved, and you have to find a vehicle. Way back when I just started my last practice, which was about 27 years ago, Johnson & Johnson had come out with the disposable lens. And they made an improvement by making an AV marking on it, which was able to tell inside out. I don't know if you remember that.
Yep.
Okay, well,
absolutely.
Making long story short, about 10, 15, 20% of the patients were feeling it, and it hurt, and everybody just poo-pooed it. So I being that I'm in New Jersey, close to New Brunswick, I went up to J&J, and they didn't have an answer for me. They said, we haven't had the problem, but I had the problem. So I contacted my local paper. They put in the paper. We had a TV studio come to my office, and suddenly Johnson & Johnson is on the nightly news discontinuing the AV marking and making something else. That type of thing is what, now every OD knew it. It's just taking the next step at getting some notoriety from that, and my practice exploded from there. So you always can find a vehicle. I mean, you just have to be creative, whatever it might be. You can find a vehicle. It could be an area like hypnosis or myopia control, or even like Art Epstein, dry eye. I mean, that was not a very unusual, but he took it to the nth degree and became an expert in a field that other people were dabbling in. So you always can find something if you have the desire, aggressiveness, and a few brain cells.
Yep.
And it can make a career. Bill Feinblum, I don't know if you know that maybe he's not as well known nationally anymore, but William Feinblum was one of the 3-year optometrists. He was an optometrist with a PhD, and he was the low vision expert. And what made him really expert was in the 1940s, he got himself an article in Life magazine. Was a magazine that everyone read. It was a pictorial magazine, and there was somebody that had a special lenses on that would help with the blind. If you were blind, he was the one that was going to make you see again. And he had a Park Avenue practice, and people from all over the country and indeed from the world started coming to Bill Feinblum. Now, he kept that reputation going for many years, but because the units that he had just didn't work. I mean, you couldn't walk around with these telescopes that he could, but he became very famous just from this one major article in in Life magazine. And I said, Jesus, he was just about retiring when I started out, and he was sending his contact lens patients to us at that time. But I said, we got to get some sort of hook that'll work. And sure enough, we started doing overnight lenses, extended wear lenses for CSI in those years, in the late 60s and early 70s. And we started fitting people that sleep with lenses. And one of the writers for for the New York Times came in, and they did an article on the practice that was in the magazine section of the New York Times. This was, I guess, it must have been the early 70s, about there's a practice where people are sleeping with lenses. Well, once that came, the practice absolutely exploded. And we always have had fees that were double any other optometrist in New York, but we could manage it because we became very well known. And that particular article kept people, they would tear it out. They would save it for future reference, and they would come in years later with the same article. And then we suddenly got an influx of Korean patients. And I said, where the heck do these people come from? They turned out that a Korean newspaper picked up the article from the New York Times from years ago on our practice, and that it suddenly developed Koreans coming into the practice. So one article can actually make you, if you have something that's unique. That's the thing, that no one else has it, and you are an expert in it, boy, everyone will run to your door.
Yep. Hey guys, I'm gonna step out for a minute, so I will be right back. I just have to take care of something in the conference. Actually, do my job,
okay.
And I'll be back in a minute. So hold on. Keep talking amongst yourselves.
So
be right back.
We can keep talking about that, Steve, and I'm sure that when you went into practice, our practice was sort of like a goalpost that you wanted to start duplicating. So you can talk about your experience.
No, but I remember listening to a lecture by you. It must have been late 70s, and listening with open ears and open eyes. And again, it's just being creative. When I remember the sales rep for Paragon, which is CRT, came to me and said, this lens supposedly helps myopia, but it was the beginning of orthokeratology or accelerated orthokeratology. So I took it to my office, and nobody else was doing it. And he said, you should try to maybe get involved with the Asian population. So what we did was we went to the 2 Asian schools, which meet on Saturday mornings for culture, and the floodgates opened up. We had those kids, and they got other children, and we started using all the other methods, atropine, and now the multifocal contact lenses, and it built. And then what do you get after that? You get the whole families coming in, and you get the pathologies, etc. The funny thing is, in my local paper this week, there was a highlighted practice in our area, not mine, about this young lady doing more holistic optometric care. And when they went through the article about she was either she knows somebody from the paper or she marketed herself in the correct way to get them to come to her office, she's not doing anything more than the average OD does in terms of advising people to take omega-3s and flaxseed oil, etc. All the things that we do anyway. But for some reason, she got highlighted in the paper. I bet you her office phone is ringing off the hook come Monday morning. And she either was aggressive or she knows somebody in the newspaper. One of those two things.
Or you can get a niche. After I left, everyone, likes to think that they made the practice. But once I left the practice, and the practice is still alive and well without me. But after I left the practice in the 90s, Jordan Caslow was able to convince Barry that there's a Asian market out there, and it was a Japanese market, and we took over a practice of somebody that closed that catered to the Japanese. It was Japanese optometrists, and we took over this practice, and none of us spoke a word of Japanese, but we ended up getting the Japanese expatriates that came to the United States for a couple of years to work. In those years, Japan in the 90s was still a very hot item with a very strong Japanese currency. And we ended up having and continue to have now a Japanese sub-practice where we have one Japanese speaker in the practice, and that's New York City, that handles the Japanese that come in. And price is not an object, and sometimes silly stuff. I recall when tinted lenses, colored lenses came out. I went on the lecture circuit to speak for one of the companies. I forgot who was the first one with the change your eye color. And I had a TV thing that I was on.
You went Phil Donahue.
Phil Donahue show, and we ended up getting somebody in from Japan. And this wasn't an American. She came in and she wanted to change her eye color. And why would a Japanese person want to change her eye? I mean, they have very dark eyes. And we asked her, and then she bought a couple of pair of these colored lenses. And I finally asked her, well, why do you want to do this? She says, it makes me look like a Northern Italian.
Mm-hmm.
So who would argue with her? But
yes,
so you never know.
Right at the beginning also, when CIBA came out with their lenses, I think it was early 80s, 82, 83 or so. One of my first patients was exactly what you're saying, but the opposite. It was a beautiful Swedish girl with beautiful blue eyes, and they did make lenses that were Coco, they were called in those days.
Yeah, right.
So, and I said, why would you want to do that? She said, everybody in Sweden has blue eyes. I want to go back and look different. So I said you could shave your head and walk backwards also. But and she looked just as pretty in those lenses as she did without them.
Yep.
So, like you said, like I said, the grass is always greener. You want to look different than you are.
Yep.
It was interesting how those lenses worked really well from day one, except for the opaque ones. They didn't look so good, and they still use them to this day.
Yeah, well, I used to fit before, our practice in the 70s, for sure, the 60s, before implants came popular, people had cataract surgery, and they used cataract lenses because there were no implants. And we had some surgeons that were absolutely horrible. I had one lecture that I had with complications from cataract surgery, and I used the pictures from this one ophthalmic surgeon. He was absolutely awful, but patients loved him. He had great bedside manner, and they always came in where he did the first eye. And then the ethical problem I had was patients said, I love this Dr. Blank, but, it's not so good. Should I go back for the second eye? So I had a real ethical problem. I certainly didn't want him to go back to the same guy, but I also didn't want to lose the referral source. So I always advised them, I said, I think you need a second opinion. So they were always sent out for a second opinion about for the second eye.
In those days, they made a 180-degree incision, and people would have huge amounts.
Yeah, and there was and there was terrible flare, so you were able to, for those people that were deaf, some of them actually lost their entire iris. This guy screwed up. You were able to give him an artificial iris with a lens that had a pinhole, a center, a hard lens.
Sure.
That was so that worked. That worked for that. But there were a lot of adventures and a lot of bad ophthalmology in those years.
Did you have at the very beginning when you had 80-year-olds coming in for the PermaLens, which I guess was the first lens approved for aphakia? We actually had people coming into the office every week and removing them, cleaning them, and putting them back in because they couldn't do it at home. They just didn't have the dexterity.
Exactly right. And we built it out. I mean, those were the years when Medicare paid major bucks for these lenses. And every time people came in for an office visit, there was another office visit. And that was once a week. They came in and they kept sleeping with the lenses. And people you didn't get that excited when there were infiltrates. So, absolutely. So you did what you had to do, and I'm sure 50 years from now, when we talk about how we're treating cancer, people will look back and say, "How the heck could medicine treated people this way to do all the surgery and chemotherapy?" Yep. So optometry was a little different 40 years ago and 50 years ago. You did what you had to do.
But you know what? 40 years ago with a soft lens when they came out, if somebody was a -3 sphere, you'd get them just as successful as they are today.
Yep, absolutely. The first Bausch & Lomb lenses, the N's and the F lenses. And
the J with the band chart. You remember the band chart?
Yeah. Absolutely. So, you just have to look. Ask the old guys the old histories, and they'll tell you stories.
Mm-hmm.
I remember, as a matter of fact, I was a hot shot in the '60s, and the AOA asked me to join their contact lens committee, and there was a big deal then because opticians were the first ones to fit contact lenses. That's the dirty little secret. And if you go back, the Pacific University, Adam showed a film that we visited the Contact Lens Society for a historical society. They had a library, and it showed that there was Obrick. These were opticians that fit contact lenses. So by the '60s, there were a whole bunch of, especially in New York, that were fitting contact lenses that referred them by ophthalmologists to them. And optometrists were very upset that how can opticians, lowly opticians, fit contact lenses, even though they were the ones that started out the whole program. And so I was on the committee, and I said, here's my advice. I said, why don't you just make certain that everyone that gets fit with a contact lens must have a slit lamp examination? And they said, what they said to me? Says, oh, no, we can't do that because many of our members, AOA members, don't have a slit lamp. So in the 1960s, it may sound crazy, but a lot of practices didn't have a slit lamp.
To verify what you said, probably 1980 or 1981, where in New Jersey they advocated that everybody has to have a slit lamp. So I was working in a practice, this was my first year, and this old gentleman came in. We had an old slit lamp that was in the back collecting dust. It was not high tech. And I said, you want me to teach you how to use it? He said, nah, I just have to have this in my office. Don't even take it out of the box. And so he satisfied the state board requirement by having a dirty old dusty slit lamp with a cover over it. And you're correct that a lot of the older practitioners in those days, they never saw it in school. They never knew how to use it. So they just, and that's how you protect the public, right? They pass a law, you must have a slit lamp, so he protects the public by getting a slit lamp and not knowing how to use it.
And the highlight of the practice, we had a contact lens practice when you put fluorescent in their eye with their hard lens and you use the black light. That was magic. that their whole eye lit up, and you showed them a picture. You gave them a mirror to look at their eyes, and boy, you were some sort of hero.
So guys, I know this trip down memory lane has been exciting for all of us, but
pure gold.
But I just want to interject here. So we're going to have an interview with Melissa Zarn, who I saw that she just logged in. I don't think her audio is working yet, but I'm glad that she made it. She gave a talk today at the show, and I can pull it up here to show people what it was all about. And hopefully Melissa will be able to get on the phone here. And so it was all about introduction to optometric rehab, vision screening and interventions for allied therapy professionals. And Melissa, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I'm glad you made it out here today, and thank you for coming. And how did your talk go?
I think it went really well. We had some good discussion on the chat. Marsha Benshir, my co-presenter, has a variety of videos that she has collected over the years. Her and her husband make the videos. And that was the way we wrapped up. So it was really exciting to, people are, getting into it, and then the videos come up and they're like, wow. So I thought it went really well.
Excellent.
So a lot of interaction, Melissa?
Yeah, it was good interaction. Trying to think if I can remember the questions that were raised. Some was about, I'm getting a little feedback, so I'm going to adjust my volume real quick.
Sure.
Is that better? Are you getting any feedback from me?
Sounds good.
Okay. Just good feedback about your lecture.
Okay. So some of the questions were about how do you start your therapy process, and what do you focus on initially? Some of it was about differentiating between visuospatial neglect and visual field deficits. And there was other, I'm not sure if I can access the chat from here, my computer or not. But there was a few other questions I'm forgetting right now.
That's okay. I mean, I guess my big question about your talk is, who is your target? It sounds like you were doing it for allied professionals, just to get sort of an intro.
Yeah. So NORA has traditionally tried to embrace not just optometry, but occupational therapy, physical therapy, other therapeutic modalities. Obviously, we have a chiropractor presenting this year. So there's been chiropractic involvement for several years. When I took clinical skills level 1, one of the presenters is a chiropractor. Excuse me. So for years, we've had clinical skills program where there's a level 1, level 2, level 3, and this year, the big change that was being made for the level 1 was to break it into an OD track and a non-OD track, because we find that there's been a significant involvement from non-optometrists, and some of the information that's presented, it really leans towards optometry. So Deanne Fitzgerald, who is the mastermind behind our whole program, getting the speakers and everything, she asked us this year to present a course that focused on non-OD professionals. So the occupational and physical therapy were the primary, because we get a lot of occupational and physical therapists coming to the conference. And I work with one of the therapists that I interact with a lot locally when I'm at home is she's an occupational therapist, and she's worked at 2 of the rehab facilities that we see patients at from my clinic. Her name's Katie. She's my co-presenter. And when Deanne proposed this, it was like, I've got to get Katie. I need her to be part of this, because it's not gonna resonate as well if I don't have her. And she's a really great therapist to work with, and she really went through as we were developing the presentation and created what we called our clinical pearls. So all of the pieces in our presentation that were clinical pearls were pulled really in our conversations. And Katie was like, this is what you need to stress here. And she highlighted a lot for us.
Excellent.
Very good.
Yep, and I pulled up your lecture on the screen right now, so it was 2 hours long, and I want to remind everyone that this will be available on demand as well. So if you missed it the first go around, don't worry. You can always come back and watch it again. So one of the nice parts of going virtual this year, and I'm kind of curious now that you've experienced this virtual version of the conference. How has it been going in general for you? I know that we were a little bit nervous to do this because we know that NORA is a very hands-on kind of thing, um, but
Yeah.
I'm curious as to your perspective. How did it go?
So there's definitely a learning curve. So a lot of things have shifted to virtual this year. So I have done a couple of pieces, and I believe Marcia had done a couple of pieces that were done kind of in this format. But this is my first experience working with you guys with CUwire. So it was a little bit different. I liked the live chat portion of it. We do that where I work at Southern College of Optometry, so we've been virtual, like remote learning since March, and so we've been in a platform that allows us to do both video and chat at the same time. So I guess my brain really likes to have that chat feature going, and I was like, oh, it's nice, I can answer in real time. But it's weird because I also like being face to face with people, and I think my co-presenters and I this gave us a really good opportunity to kind of see where some of the questions would be, but also like for us it was exciting because we kind of got to sit back and think while we were doing the presentation about some of the where we could take this next. So when you're giving a presentation, you're thinking about all the information that you want to share, and you can go really heavy into certain aspects, but then after you leave, well, at least for me, this always happens after I leave a presentation, I'm like, oh, this idea. And but so we had that ability to, as we were going through it, and listening to it again, to think about, oh, these are the things I want to mark down. And, we're essentially being forced to watch ourselves through the whole presentation instead of skipping ahead. So it really gives some time to think about where we would want to take it next.
And it's kind of neat in the respect that you could listen to your lecture and somebody's not interrupting you and still asking questions. So it dynamically sometimes is better than giving a live lecture because you have that ability to do that and not interrupt yourself.
It's true.
Train of thought.
Yeah, and I'm the kind of person too that it's easy to get me off on a tangent. So we were very focused when we were recording it because we had to have our time laid out exactly. Since there was 3 of us, it was a little bit of coordination to plan and to record it. So we had a couple of Zoom meetings to prepare before we did the recording. And so it limited the amount of distractions to where we were, I personally, I am very easy to, somebody brings something up, it brings an idea, and I want to talk about that new idea. So we didn't have any of that for the presentation. We got to do all that in the chat.
Right. Yeah, it's funny. At CUwire 2020, we've done it several times now, right? Because of COVID, we've replayed it. I think we've done it live 4 times now. But people have their same lectures up there, and it's funny because the speakers are going out of their minds because they're seeing themselves for the 4th time, and they're like, "Oh man, I really wish I didn't say this." And as their lecture's unfolding, they're like, "In 2 minutes, you're about to hear me say this. Well, I want to actually say something else."
Well, they could always change it.
Yep.
What actually is your course, Melissa, at Southern College? Is it specifically on neurorehabilitation, binocular vision, or is it more general?
So my course that I teach didactically is the Interprofessional Education series, and that's trying to introduce their brand new second years. Sorry, I always say my brand new baby second years because they finish their first year in like May, and then they have this half term, like this first half of the summer is what they call their last summer break ever. And then the second half of the summer, they call it the mini term. And the mini term is pretty intense. It's about a 6-week course where they have introduction to pharmacology, pathology, evidence-based medicine, service learning, and interprofessional education. And my course, they are exposed to what I try to do is I try to get them out into the community in a non-OD practice type setting. We've interacted with audiologists, speech therapy. We've had them go to the Baptist Rehabilitation Hospital They've also gone to the University of Tennessee has their health sciences campus close to our location. So they've gone there to the dental clinic. And probably forgetting some of the other, it's a pharmacy. It's a charity pharmacy that's located within our property at Southern College of Optometry. They rent space from us. So my students have done rotation there as well. It's just, they go for like 2 to 3 hours and they observe the other professionals interacting with patients and doing their thing. And then they also typically would have gotten a 1 hour lecture once a week for they'll get an introduction from me, and then they'll get 4 weeks of introduction of lectures from other professionals. And this year we had to change it up because of the virtual nature of the class. So we took a different route with all of that and trying to get them some exposure. Excuse me.
So what I'm really driving at is, optometry over the last several years has been going towards more of a medical model, medical optometry. Yeah. That's the buzzword. Are you starting to get them back into the functional vision aspects and trying to educate your students that there's a whole area that optometry is leaving behind that they shouldn't?
Well, so it's kind of, so one of my, I don't know if it's an ulterior motive per se, I'm pretty open about it. I have them do, and I had them do it this year, but it was a little different. They get, after the observation, they get a case that's kind of relates to what they had seen, and they have to present that case, and then they have to talk about what information they would use to refer it to, and it's ideally to the professional that they observed. And this year what we did was we did a small group, what we call Microsoft Teams is our platform, a small group Teams meeting, and each of them had to discuss, they had to present their case, but then they had to discuss how they would refer their patient. And so this is my sneaky inroad, is that all of the cases had my bias on them. It was 4 cases. One was related to learning issues. One of them was related to headaches and papilledema, and one of them was related to excuse me, diabetes. But it all gives an opportunity to talk about, when you're working with a patient, it's not just the eyeballs. There's so much more going on with their brain. And, each of the cases, you could have chosen neurology as somebody that you wanted to interact with. You could have chosen a lot of the therapeutic modalities, somebody you wanted to interact. Vertigo was the other case that I was forgetting. With those cases, and then, I talked to the students about that, you're giving me this example. However, from my perspective, and this is my bias and how I practice, is that there's a functional aspect to this as well. And I'm also in the vision therapy clinic a day and a half a week. So I teach it clinically. I'm in the pediatrics clinic as well. So I do get one-on-one time with the students to talk about, when this is real life and you're working with a patient and it's not just on paper, what are their functional needs? Did you listen to what they were talking about? And what are the things that we can do, whether it's with lenses, whether it's with tint, whether it's with prism, whether it's with vision therapy, whether they need low vision services? Do they need us to refer them to somebody? Do they need us to help them coordinate care? So there's a lot of aspects that go into that. When you really listen to your patient, they're not asking you to tell them simply what's wrong with my eyeball. They're asking you for help with functioning better. They're asking you to help them interact with their world better. And vision is a primary source, or primary sense to engage with your environment.
Great.
Yep. Great. All right.
Sorry, I just took a long time and then paused for breath.
No, it's, I think I know from my perspective at this particular show, I knew nothing about a lot of the stuff, and this has been like a crash course over the past 2 days. And it's actually, we've had Paul here griping about everything, right, as he does. But he's right in a way, though, right? Because this is an entirely different avenue that people don't even think about pursuing a lot of the time. And it's really, it's almost sad in a way, that this is out there for people, and they can actually go ahead and do it. I mean, we have 1,000 people at the conference today, which is really great, and it's gratifying. But we want to try to help you guys get the message out there as well, that this is available to people, right? This is out there for the profession if people are willing to make the effort to learn.
And and one thing that I talk about is that in optometry schools, we don't have the space in our curriculum to train people how to be good vision therapists. The best we can hope for is that we instill in them some understanding that we are very functional. We're a functionally based profession. And yes, it's important to understand the structure of the eyeball. And yes, it's important to understand the structure of the visual pathway. Ultimately, what does that mean for your patient? And what can you do as an optometrist to improve that patient's interaction with their life? Because like I said, like diagnosis is not the end of the story for a lot of these patients. Like they've got to take it home. Like my husband and I talked about this too. He's a firefighter paramedic, and like you are great in an emergency, but it's the fallout that's hard because you don't have to deal with that. Like that's not that's not your day in day out. Your day in day out is you stabilize somebody and you get them to a point where they can move forward, but you're not necessarily moving forward with them because you're on to the next patient. And that's not what optometry does. We move forward with the patient. So, encouraging our students to understand that you're part of their team, and that patient, they're not necessarily just coming to you for you to answer a simple question. They're coming to you. They're coming to you as an OD to enhance their life. So it's our responsibility to really understand their function, and understand their functional impairments, and what we've got a lot of tools in our toolbox that we can use to improve patients' function. And sometimes it's just the conversation that we have with them.
Absolutely.
So, Melissa, Paul here.
Yeah.
Just one question. I can't get a handle on what's happening with the optometry colleges. What's happening to students coming in this year as far as learning? Are they doing it off campus, or do you have classes?
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but what we were doing at Southern College of Optometry, all of our large lectures are being held remotely, so it's virtual learning. And our lab groups have been split into smaller groups. So I think the maximum it's either 10 or 12 per lab group. And instead of having longer time for each lab section, so if it's a 2 or 3 hour lab to begin with, they've all been cut back to 1 hour, so that each student has at least 1 hour in that lab session. And then our clinics are live. I can't speak to every optometry school, but I know that there are a lot of optometry schools that are similarly where they're working through, especially the where they have larger groups of classes. They're working through doing a combination of remote and on campus learning, because we have to get our patients cared for. We have to get our students into the clinic. So there's that piece of it that has to be done. Where we're at with patient numbers, we're somewhere between 40 and 60% capacity as far as what our ultimate, like how many patients we could schedule in our schedule, but due to the size of our facility and how much we can spread out, especially with our waiting area set up, that's where we have our patient numbers at the 40 to 60% capacity range.
Right.
Great. Thanks.
All right. Well, Melissa, thank you so much for doing this today and stopping by and speaking with us. It's been great to have you here. And again, thank you for doing the conference this year under really unusual circumstances.
It's definitely been interesting, but really, I'm so thankful for this collaboration with you guys with CEwire, because NORA is special to me. It's NORA and the American Academy of Optometry are the two organizations that I've been consistently a member of since I was a student. So it's, the idea of not having this opportunity this year was really, really, it was a personal, painful experience to go through. Oh, we're going to have to cancel. So the opportunity to do this virtually is thank you so much for hosting us.
Absolutely. Well, have a great day, and I'm sure we're going to catch up with you in the future.
Thanks. I appreciate your time.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Alrighty. So, guys, it is 11:17. We're going to have another guest coming on soon. And as you can hear in my voice, things are a little bit dusty here. Just going to have a little drink. So I want to put up on the screen so people can see what we're dealing with. They think I'm being a drama queen, but this is the air quality index right now where we are. And it's been like this for 3 days. So I don't know if you can see it up on your screen. For 3 days,
coming.
yeah. So for 3 days we've been dealing with this, and I don't think I've ever seen a gauge like this before in my life. Where
Wow.
so
They have to make another gauge.
yeah, we broke the air quality index gauge, and literally it's been like this for 3 days, and that's why my voice sounds the way it does. We have HEPA filters running here in the house, and actually they are starting, and the central AC HEPA filter that we have is actually starting to turn black. I mean, it's getting ash in it. So I don't know how much
Wow.
longer that's going to be able to hold out, and that's going to be really fun if that goes. So,
Well,
yeah.
hopefully you have the winds push everything away soon.
Yep, but I think this is going to be a boom time for HVAC repairmen around the city, because there's a lot of clogged stuff.
Where's this? Where's this index? Where are they measuring it?
That's downtown. That's 5 miles from here, in Portland.
So that's downtown Portland.
Yep.
It's actually probably a little better there.
Yeah.
So it should be better there than here.
Yep.
Okay.
So
What's happened with the demonstrations? I haven't heard any. Have the nightly demonstrations ended because of the bad air?
I mean, I'm sure the demonstrations would just be reduced to coughing, right? It's so bad. You know, I went outside last night for 10 minutes, and when I came back in, I was coughing. You literally should not be outside. When you have an index like this, the air is really bad for everyone, even if you're a young, healthy person.
Yeah. Because the mayor said no tear gas.
Well, did you
The
know anything?
demonstrations a couple of days ago. So
Who would know? You could put tear gas in this air, and you probably couldn't even tell. I mean, it's that bad.
maybe it would help.
Yeah. So in a few minutes, guys, we're going to have Stan talk about the socks, Paul, that you've tried out, and hopefully we'll get more. I'm going to put it up on the screen so people can see what I'm talking about. One of the sponsors here. But he actually sent me a movie, and a 3-minute long movie from the founder of the company talking about the patch and the pattern, and how it might actually work, the mechanism for why the socks work. So I'd like to put this movie up. It's a 3-minute movie. And guys, I'm going to mute your mics so you don't feedback, but if you want to turn on your computer's audio in a couple seconds so you can listen, I'll mute all of us so we don't have feedback. But just remember, when the video is over, turn your sound off on your computer. Okay?
Okay,
So,
I want to mute. I'm muting myself
you don't
now.
have to do it. I can mute all you guys for you. But just remember, so turn the sound off on the computer when you're done so we can talk about it. Okay, so this is a 3-minute long movie all about the patch. So here we go. I'm going to mute all of us.
Hi everyone, I'm Jay Dallywell. I'm the CEO and founder of Vox Life and the creator of Vox Life HPT. Today, I want to talk to you about our Harmony Neuro Patch. And what this product does is actually stimulates receptors on our skin, sending a neurosignal to our brain to help it reach homeostasis. This is the only product in the world that relies on the neurohaptic system that every single one of us has to optimize our neurology and optimize our health. Today, with the help of Dr. Mark DeBrinket, our VP of Clinical Strategy, we're going to be using an FDA-cleared 19-channel EEG headset, as well as FDA-cleared software to visualize, record, and show the impact that our technology has on our neurology and our brains to help it reach optimal performance. What we want to show today is how the Harmony Neuro Patch helps that dysregulated yellow, blue, and red colors in the brain maps transform into that healthy green homeostasis neurology that is the foundation of health and wellness. So what we're looking at right now is a neurological QEEG output of Mike's limbic system. The 19 channels are reading over 60,000 brainwaves a second and generating an output of neurofunction and brainwaves. What we want to see now is where that suboptimal red and yellow colors are. We want to see them turning as much as possible to a healthy green with the application of our HPT patch. So we've applied the patch now to Mike's arm, and within 10 seconds, you're seeing that predominant yellow and red become predominantly green. Just for clarification, ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing in the world that has this output at this rate of speed without drugs, without chemicals, without electricity. That's the power of Vox HPT. So when we see a healthy green neurology, what we're looking at is a brain and a mind in homeostasis. It is operating in its optimal function. And this is so important. And this is why it's so important. So Vox Life HPT, as we demonstrated with our neuro patch, helps the central nervous system reach homeostasis. in our neurology. And the reason this is so important for overall wellness and health is that neurology is the top of the pyramid of our physiological health and wellness paradigm. First is neurology at the very top, then there's chemistry, then there's biology, then there's physics and mechanics. Neurology will have an impact all the way through our entire physiology. Healthy neurology, healthy body, better wellness. Just to show you a demonstration of the power of Vox HPT, how quickly it works and how efficient it is, and we're going to take a healthy green neurology and we're going to take the patch off. Dr. Mark, if you want to peel the patch off, let's see what happens. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And what we've seen now is the yellow and the red creeping back into the neurology. That's the power of Vox HPT.
So for stress and anxiety, we see this limbic system is over half red. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the patch on. And as we put that patch on, we're going to see the brain calm down and that limbic system turn green. So now he's got great control over that limbic system. He can hold it in that homeostasis state longer, which equates to a more peaceful day and a more restful, calm demeanor.
Okay, so let me unmute everyone here in a second and we can all go forward. Okay, unmute, unmute, and unmute. So, what do you guys think? Okay, so Stan is here. Hey, Stan.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
How's it going?
All is
Hi,
good.
Stan.
Hey, Paul.
Okay, so Stan, that video you sent over to me just a few minutes ago, thanks for getting it to me in the nick of time. I was able to actually show it, I think, without disturbing too many people, so that's cool. We didn't have much feedback, so thanks for being here. So I was telling everyone about the socks. You know, yesterday you came on with us, and you're back again today. So so that little patch, that's the same patch that's in the socks?
Correct. So the same pattern that's woven into the bottom of the sock, the same pattern that's actually embedded into the bottom of the insole is on the patch. So the nice part about the patch, it's interesting. In the beginning, we got calls from girls and boys on the gymnastics team. And they said, we would love to be able to instantly improve balance, strength, and range of motion, but we don't wear socks. You know, we're barefoot. So Jay, our founder, figured out how to enact the same pattern to elicit the same neuro response from a patch. And same thing, there are no drugs in the patch. There's nothing mechanical. It is a pattern that is triggering this neuro response by stimulating some neuroreceptors on the skin. That's why it's so fascinating.
Right.
Stan, one question. When you have that red in your brain, what is that doing?
Okay, so an EKG measures electrical activity of your heart. An EEG measures electrical activity of your brain. And there are different what are called the Brodmann areas of the brain, and they light up based on the electrical activity. So green is considered normal baseline, and then there's red, blue, and yellow. And so what the EEG is showing, and I'm not a clinician, I'm not a doctor, so I can't interpret what the EEGs are showing, but EEG is mainstream medicine. EEG is a way of seeing what this normal brain activity is, and there's a database of hundreds of thousands of brain scans, and so a clinician is comparing your brain scan to that, in your case of, that of a 65-year-old, male. And that's how they would compare what your brain activity is compared to what, quote, the normal brain activity is. That's how they're able to also look at things like stroke and Parkinson's and MS and autism, because there are telltale signs of what activity is expected in different Brodmann areas based on the norm. And Adam, if you don't mind too, check on the board and see, I invited Jeremiah Jorgensen, who has been to NORA before. He's usually there. He's a PT and has been for many years in Omaha, Nebraska. And he's the one I was talking about yesterday, who has 2 clinics. He's got right eye, he's got NeuroTracker. I know he personally has done over 1,500 right eye exams. And you should see, hopefully he's called in.
Yep.
Actually, if not, he'll be calling in just a couple minutes.
Yeah.
If we invite Jeremiah on.
Jeremiah, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. Excellent.
Happy to be here.
Excellent. So you have experience with this from the clinical perspective. So I'm really curious to hear what your experience has been as you've been using the product for a while.
Sure. Initially, I can tell you was a little bit skeptical because with the pure clinical background in the physical therapy world, to consider that something that we could put on the bottom of the feet and make this sort of change, because it affects vestibular function, it affects strengthening as well as visual. I knew that there had to be some way that we could clinically get some objective data. Obviously, as a physical therapist, doing manual muscle testing, proving that somebody has a faster timed up and go or Berg balance just by putting the socks on isn't going to be enough to prove or sway somebody that it's actually working. So I began at that point of testing every single patient that came in that we were running a right eye on, since we had them essentially captive for that testing and knew that things weren't going to change, that we would put an insole under their feet or a pair of socks on them, or now we even put the patch on them, and I would test them in the same consistency of the variables. And we had significant results with some patients that either no longer needed prism therapy or would improve their scores if they had prism care. So I went further with that. And while Dr. Nedrow, James Nedrow, was still in practice, we did numerous VEP scans with people wearing the socks or the inserts as well, and ran VEPs in his office to correlate along with the right eye to show that there is increased brain activity to push people closer towards normal. And after about 2 months of doing that and where the results were, I said we're all in, and we continue to use it in our physical therapy clinics consistently today.
Wow. Yeah, so that's interesting. So these are sort of the right eye is giving you a bit of an objective result, right? So for those who are unfamiliar with the right eye test, so they're actually giving you something that you can not only quantify objectively but also track.
Correct. And the really neat part about the right eye is it breaks everything down from circular smooth pursuit, horizontal smooth pursuit, vertical, saccade tracking, which is horizontal and vertical. It has central fixation and reaction time, as well as reading testing that can be done. And there's now even an update of FDA norms that are being compared. So the really interesting piece is you can look at each individual component, whether it's circular fixation or horizontal saccades or vertical, and be able to pick out, instantly and compare that to the test that they did 10 minutes before and see significant change. And for the most, we have seen changes in circular smooth pursuit as well as central fixation. And then on the saccades, you'll see that the number of misses that people have, they start to tighten up. And we've used it with patients that have had stroke, concussion patients it works really well on, and then just your general patients that's coming in post motor vehicle, whiplash, diagnosis.
Right. And I put up on the screen so people can sort of see the variety of conditions that you use the socks for. And Stan, you actually had a good piece of advice last night for elderly people. Probably good to wear them to bed, right? Because the time when you're most likely to have a fall incident, right, is at night when you're getting out of bed.
Correct. A lot of falls do happen when people get up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. And I don't think I mentioned it yesterday, but the reason this really became a passion project for me is 2.5 years ago, I got that dreaded early morning call from the assisted living facility that, quote, your mom fell. And she was 93. She was getting out of bed. She fell. She broke her hip. They rushed her to the hospital. I'm not a doctor, but I knew she really was not a candidate for surgery. But the surgeon said, if we don't go in and fix the hip, she will never be able to even sit up in bed again. And so they did the surgery. They successfully repaired the hip, but she lasted a total of 8 days. And that's unfortunately very typical of what happens with that older population, which is why I tell people, if you do a little survey of older people and ask, what are your biggest fears, time and time again, you're going to hear first is a fear they may outlive their money. Second is a fear of falling and either hitting their head or breaking a hip, because they've all seen what happens to their friends when that happens, and it's tragic. So anything we can do to help reduce that risk of falling, is huge. And when you think about it, this is such a simple thing. I mean, who would think that changing your socks, could change the quality of somebody's life? And in the case of an older person or somebody with Parkinson's or MS or that's had a TBI or a stroke, I mean, just changing their socks can do that improvement. And that's why I tell people, this isn't difficult. And as doctors, you guys know that sometimes you can offer the best treatment plan, but if they don't follow it, it's not going to work. So compliance is a big issue. The great thing about our product, we're not trying to change their meds. We're not trying to change their diet. We're not trying to change their lifestyle. We're just trying to change their socks. And so it sounds coy and it sounds funny, but that's all we need to do to have a dramatic impact on so many people. That's why, we encourage all of you guys to just have this product in your office, because it takes a minute to demonstrate the improvement in strength and balance. And it just goes hand in hand with the treatments that you're doing. And it's not just the patients, it's whoever came with them to their appointment. They also want it. And whoever they have, older relatives, older parents, they all benefit from it. And we mentioned briefly yesterday, children on the autism spectrum or adults on the autism spectrum. We see it time and time again. We get calls that there's this calming effect that comes over them the moment they put on the socks or the moment they put the insoles into their shoes. So it's such a simple thing for people to be able to integrate into their practice.
Yep.
Sam, I have a question. Does it matter where you wear the device, whether it be a sock, putting it on your neck, a glove, inside a watch? Is there anything particular of the location in the body that's stimulated, or is that just generic because it's going to go to the brain and do the right thing to the limbic system, etc.? You got the floor.
Yeah, so the answer is there are neuroreceptors all over your body. And so Jay has harnessed with the socks and the insoles the bottom of the foot. But we recently came out with an elastic knee brace, and the knee brace has the pattern built into the back side of it. So from the back of your knee, he's also able to create that same stimulus. The patch, the way you utilize the patch is the first day you put the patch on your dominant forearm midway between the wrist and elbow. And you put the patch on, the patch lasts 48 hours. After 48 hours, now you can put the patch anywhere on the body. The brain will recognize the pattern that you exposed it to for those initial 48 hours, and it will act accordingly. So yes, that's the interesting part, is there are ways to be able to trigger the same response all over the body.
So you can make a lot of other devices. I can see wristbands, and I can go on and on and on.
Yep.
Yes,
and we did.
Paul,
Yep.
Paul here.
Hey, Paul.
How long do these patches last? In other words, you put it in the sock. You're going to wash the sock. How long does that patch in the sock last if you keep washing it?
Yeah. So the pattern in the sock eventually, it will wear down. I tell people, the sock is going to last, depending how rough you are on it, how rough your feet are, whether you walk outside to get the newspaper occasionally and just your socks, if you walk around the house and perhaps you have wood floor or tile floor. So everybody is going to wear the socks differently. So you may get anywhere from 3 months to, 2 years out of a pair of socks, depending how frequently you are wearing them. If you've got one pair of socks and you wear them every single day, hey, you may get 3 months out of it. That's the same number of wears that you would get out of that black pair of socks that's in the drawer that you only wear, once every 2 weeks. So they're well-constructed socks made with high-quality materials. Insoles are going to last you, longer. Insole, unless you're, puddle jumping, insoles will probably last you a year. They'll last you as long as your sneakers, if not longer. The patch, on the other hand, is adhesive-based. It's a medical-grade adhesive that allows you to put it onto the body, and then the heat from your body degrades the pattern. So the patch that we've been talking about is designed for 48 hours. It is water resistant. Great story. There's a lady who suffers with vertigo. She loves our socks, but she loves to go swimming. And she takes off the socks to go swimming. Her vertigo comes back. She wears the patch because the patch is water resistant, so she can actually go swimming in the patch. And Jay, who's a fascinating guy, a brilliant guy, has taken this similar technology and developed some new patches. We just came out with a new patch that's called REM patch. As it sounds, it helps improve sleep. It will actually help you spend more time in REM sleep and deep sleep. And it's another one of those, skeptical things that you go, come on, how can this patch with no drugs do that? Well, if you've got an Oura ring, or if you've got a Fitbit, or if you've got one of the new Apple Watches that will actually monitor your sleep patterns, you can find out for yourself, how much longer you spent in REM and in deep sleep, just, by utilizing this patch. And that's a patch that you put on your upper shoulder, and you put it on 30 minutes before you want to go to sleep, and you take it off when you wake up in the morning, and then you do a new one if you want to do it again that following night. And so that's been a very popular item as well for us. And again, all just triggering different parts of the brain. And I think Melissa was mentioning it, and Deanne was mentioning it. The brain controls everything, and we're learning more and more about the brain every single day. That's why it's such a fascinating project.
Absolutely. And so I can't fail to mention, since we're at the show here, that you have a show special going on. And again, I apologize, I have the wrong phone number up there. I don't have your text number. I gotta get that up. But for the first 50 attendees that call or text to sign up with you, they'll get their sign up website and wholesale account for free. And if you want, you can repeat your text number, or people can just go to your booth right now at the show and get all the information there as well.
Yeah, in the booth, the correct number is there, and that number that's on the screen now, they can call me at that number, and that works. It's just that number won't take a text, but the 949-547-1683 is the number that shows in the booth, and there's a little intro video in the booth as well, and the booth will take you to a couple of my websites that will show some very compelling videos. And again, in previous NORA shows and ISVA shows, I've been able to stand there with you guys and ask you to take off your shoes and let you see and feel the test right before your very eyes. So there's a little bit more of a leap of faith because you'll be watching me do that in some of these videos. But the compelling fact is this is not a magic trick. You know, as Jeremiah was mentioning, he deals with patients every single day that are experiencing balance problems, you know, vestibular issues. And this is such a companion for every treatment plan. And so for all the ODs, you know, and PTs, everybody, the goal is the same. You know, we're all trying to help improve quality of life. And that's why it's such a simple thing to do. And we do have a 30-day money-back guarantee that extends to every single one of your patients and family and friends that you sell the socks and insoles to. And I will tell you, our return rate over the past 4 years is less than 1%. People don't return them. People call and say, I don't want to do laundry every day. You know, get me 3 more pairs of socks, you know, 4 more pairs of insoles. So it really is the first line for people. And it's not just people who are experiencing problems. You know, as we mentioned yesterday, you know, athletes, you know, anybody who's a golfer. Deanne mentioned yesterday, it has dramatically improved her times on the Peloton. So people who are engaged in any type of sport, if you can improve balance, strength, or range of motion, those are things that are beneficial for every single one of those people. And one other quick little story, orthopedic surgeons. I met an orthopedic surgeon at a show a couple of years ago. He was complaining that, you know, he routinely will do complex 10, 12-hour surgeries. And he's in the OR on his feet. And, you know, he feels awful because he's wearing these compression socks, but he knows he's got to do it. Well, not anymore. He now wears our socks. And he said, not only do I feel better, but I actually have better hand dexterity. Again, what we're doing is neurological. That's the great part about it, is we're not doing anything with any drugs. We're not doing anything with magnets or mechanical. We're triggering a neuro response. Your brain is enhancing proprioception. It is making you physically stronger. And it's a remarkable product that we invite everybody to experience for themselves. Because once you see it and once you feel it, your mind will be spinning as you're thinking of all the friends, family, and patients who you want to show this to.
Yep.
Dan, could I add one thing to that?
Please.
So I know practitioners in the past when we've been at the other shows have asked, you know, and they say, well, you're a PT, or I see Stan doing all of the muscle testing on people. And knowing that some of us, because of the space we practice in, whether it's OT speech, ODs, and even the chiros that, you know, are part of NORA, there's support that you don't have to change how you assess your patients, how you treat your patients. All you have to do is get this under their feet, whether it's the insert or the socks, test them in the normal format for any of the assessment diagnosis that you're doing, and compare the results. And that's why I like talking about the right eye, but I know some people get a little bit confused thinking, well, if the only way I can prove it is when you're at the show is the muscle testing, then I'm not comfortable doing that, or maybe it's not something I want to do in my office. And by all means, you don't have to. We do that at the show because when people are well and healthy, we don't have the time otherwise to show you the other opportunities or potential places where this is going to help. And the muscle testing is an immediate place that will show you where the body is going to compensate and fail. But inside your practice or however you treat, you get to continue to treat the way you are. It isn't something new that you have to learn. And I think that's big for people too, so they don't get, either worried or think, well, now I have to go learn some other new assessment and treatment that I'm not going to be comfortable with because we're not there with you. So I just want to share that the really important piece of this, like you were saying before, is you just got to get the technology on people and just test with what you do and see if it works. But the patients will let you know. And that's the nice part about it is when we have a patient walk across the room, they'll often tell us, you know what, I'm going home with these today. I hope you have more pairs, and I'm not giving them back to you, so I'm going to go buy them. And that would really be the only last piece that I want to add.
So speaking of buying them, are you comfortable retailing them at your office, or do you send the patients out to a certain other place or do it by mail? How do you handle the sale of these?
We order enough in that I have them retail that we can, the normal sizing of most of our patients are between an adult, medium, and large. That way between female sizing and male sizing that we have the socks on hand. But turnaround time for sales, if people needed it, shipping is quick now because of where locations are in the U.S. But for our personal PT practice, we stock inserts, we stock patches, and we stock different types of the socks just because we've had enough inventory. We know what most people order. So we could help you on that if people had questions as far as what are the typical sales of what people are going to want.
Right. Okay, great.
Yeah. And on that other little site that I developed, the our NORA special.info, there's a little, 2-question calculator there that helps you figure out, how many pair, you may go through. And I try to let practitioners know, you're not Macy's, okay? You don't have to try to stock an inventory of everything, but you do want to have some demo insoles there. You want to have some insoles, have some socks, because I've been accused over the years of being willing to give people the shirt off of my back. Now they want the socks off of my feet. The moment they see it, they say, I don't want to wait for them to show up in the mail. Don't you have some here? So we encourage practitioners, have some inventory there. You will see that whatever you place as an initial order, it's going to be gone in the first week or two, and you will be reordering because all of your staff are going to want it. They're going to want it for their parents. They're going to want it for their kids. And every patient that sees it is really going to thank you. And Adam, you mentioned a little earlier, you talked about, stepping out of your comfort zone and getting involved. I can't stress that enough. This really is a product that will help every single one of the people that have come to you for whatever is ailing them. And they will be very appreciative that you thought enough about them to step out of your comfort zone and show it to them and let them try it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for being here today and teaching us all about this. So again, everyone should head on over to your booth in the exhibit hall, and thank you for being a sponsor of the NORA conference. I think it's gone pretty well considering the unique circumstances we were in. So we can't thank you enough for participating.
Every year.
Great.
Thank you, Sam.
Thanks, guys.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right. Fantastic. So we're almost.
Dan has a way of speaking in one run-on sentence, but he gets his point across.
He does, and so we have 10 more minutes to go, this has been it's been fun. It's been fun, and actually, I know Paul, you're waiting for your wool socks to arrive.
Oh yeah,
your feet are always freezing. So.
We're going to give it a shot.
We're going to give it a shot. So it looks like we have one more guest coming up in 10 minutes from Theraspecs, and hopefully she'll make it here on time. So we just have a few minutes to go here. It's kind of amazing. We're getting to the bitter end.
Yep.
So let me.
We did almost as well as Jerry Lewis used to.
Yeah, I don't know how he did it. That's a huge time commitment. So let me actually put up on the screen so people can see our sponsors one more time. I urge everyone to get over to the exhibit hall and check out what the sponsors are doing. There's some very deep discounts going on from many of the sponsors, so probably a good idea to head on over and give it a shot. And as Steve, you mentioned before, if you add up the cost of everything that's here, less than an OCT, right? If you
By
put it all
far.
together. So, yeah,
Almost what a lane would cost, or
yeah,
a chair and stand.
yep. So, again, it's just about the motivation, I think, right? The motivation to go out and actually do it and try to build this into your practice.
Yep. And
sure, you know what? And I'm going to do a pitch for ODwire. For those of you that would like to get a bit better known nationally, why don't you consider coming on ODwire and in our clinical and research forum and start discussing this area that you're specializing in. And there'll be a million questions and there'll be conversations. And before you know it, you'll have recognition. You'll have name recognition. I mean, for example, I didn't really know any of the speakers for this conference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Steve mentioned he knew a few of them. I knew none. So
well, some have been with us to CEwire, but very few.
Yep.
Yeah. So basically, they just I don't know where they publish. I assume in a specific journal because they communicate with one another. But does COVID have a journal?
So the vision therapy folks have their own thing, but you're right. It's so for us where we don't see it every day, right? We're completely unaware of so much of this. Now I'm a little bit aware of it, right? Because I go to things like Vision Expo, so I get exposed, obliquely to a lot of the stuff. But the actual science, I don't get to see a lot of.
Yeah, so I know the old timers
Yep.
that I used to deal with when in practice, but the younger people that are doing vision therapy, I just don't know them. I don't know their names, and it'd be great if we could get a little more recognition for them because they're doing very important work in optometry. So they should be recognized.
Absolutely.
So that invitation is open. Start writing, just a little bit. You don't have to write a learned article. Just a little case history, a case report, what you found. I mean, even the socks are worth a whole, a piece.
Yep. Yeah.
Talk about them. It's interesting.
What fascinated me too is that there are two EMR products, right? And of course, this is something you'd never see, right? It completely flies under the radar for us because if you're not doing vision therapy, you're not even thinking about it. The fact that there's not just one, but that there's two dedicated EMRs to vision therapy means that people are out there doing it. We just never see it.
Well, if they're doing vision therapy and they're also doing some sort of generalized eye care, medical optometry, they're using probably EMRs at this point for that. They just can't go back to a piece of paper to do vision therapy workups, vision therapy training. So the need was there, so it was obvious, and I think I'm sure both platforms are very good.
Yep, and it's funny just to see how many of these systems that we have now. We have all the sponsors up on the screen, but how many are now tablet-based, right? How they've all they're starting to make that move. From paper and from sort of the low-tech devices like just the string to, much more high-tech approach. And again, because I haven't been following it that long, I don't know how long that shift actually took. Is this something that's happened recently, or is this, been evolving slowly over time?
I know with EMRs, it's been the last couple of years when things went to the cloud, the tablets came into view, but just the last couple of years, I would say. Last 2 years is all. But I think it's going to be, you want to walk around your office with a tablet, not be locked into a laptop that's plugged in or something like that. So I think it's going to be the wave of the future for sure.
Yep. And certainly the apps that we're starting to see now for the iPhone and the iPad, like we saw Bright Lamp, talk about their app again, way of the future. So it's kind of fun to actually look and see what people are doing. So. So what time is it now? We have probably 3 more minutes, and hopefully the folks from TheraSpecs will be here, and I can run through, the sponsors one last time, just so everyone knows. So obviously we just got off with Stan talking about the socks. So visit their booth to get that special of the first 50 attendees will get a bunch of stuff for free, like the website and wholesale account. So go for that. Shedlight, we had Brandon on for a long time talking about laser applications for this cold laser where you can use it. Again, the one big caveat, I think that optometrists, certainly if you're listening to this, you have to think about the scope of your license and what you can and can't do with lasers. So someone brought up the point, actually, I saw in the chat about IPL, right? I would imagine that's kind of the same thing in a lot of states, right? Some can, some can't. So you got to be really careful of your laws.
Yep. I don't think he was aware of that so much, but now I think he'll research it a little bit more.
Yeah.
Hopefully in 10 years that'll be something we don't have to worry about, like therapeutics and maybe glaucoma treatment in every state, things like that.
Yep. Yeah,
the trouble that I'm worried on the general front here with all the conventions being canceled, AOA, all the local stuff, all the regional stuff, all the money's going into the AOA and the various other organizations are going to be much less. So I think they're going to be asking for voluntary contributions this year because their revenue is way down because of no live CE, which was always been a cash revenue source.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely going to be a challenge, for a lot of these organizations. Yeah, so I don't know, Steve. You'll know more, Steve, when they start hitting you up at your local societies and stuff.
Sure.
I have been placing ads on for the American Academy of Optometry. They're competing with us for CE Wire, but I feel sorry for them. So I've been putting ads up on ODwire for their program, but I don't know how many optometrists are willing to spend $800 to do eight online. If you're not a member of the academy, it's $800.
Yeah.
Even if you are a member, it's quite pricey.
Yeah. So it's an issue.
Yep. So I think people are going to have to look over their cost structures very closely over the next several months and see what they can do. Oh, and I think I just heard somebody come in. Hopefully it's Gloria. Gloria, is that you?
Yeah, this is me. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. How are you doing?
Good. I'm enjoying the conference. I've been chiming in and out of the live stream and just checking out some of the courses. So lots of knowledge. I've really been enjoying it.
Excellent. Yeah, it's kind of a unique one this year, for NORA. Usually they do so much stuff in person, but this is what we got to do, so it's been fun. So, we learned a lot about Theraspecs yesterday, and I'll put it up on the screen for people to see what we're talking about here. Maybe you could just tell us a little bit more about the product for people who maybe didn't see the interview yesterday. Tell us a little bit about the company and what it is you guys do.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yesterday, Hart Schaefer, our CEO and founder, was on the line, and so he was able to give you guys more probably of like a scientific overview, but in a gist, we make therapeutic blue light glasses. And the tint that we use specifically is FL41, which a lot of folks in this conference may already be familiar with. And this specific tint focuses on filtering out the wavelengths at and around 480 nanometers. And so essentially what it does with the tint density that we use and the precision in which we apply it, it helps to basically block out or filter out about 80% of this harmful light. And this is very effective for people with light sensitivity, people with migraine, any kind of photophobia, TBI, post-concussion, just really anywhere where there's some kind of light-sensitive component. It just becomes a very effective way to filter out that light, that harmful light. And it's a tint that can be used indoors. It's actually designed to be used indoors. So, in front of our computer screens all day, we're in front of tablets, our phones, and so it just kind of dims down that brightness, that fluorescence, and so a lot of people have been able to find relief.
Cool.
Do you find it's difficult to explain to the practitioner what your blue blocking device does compared to the blue tech lenses, which work, I know, at a different wavelength, are they confused and really don't understand that concept of what's really happening?
Yeah, I think that sometimes, well, especially right now with all these blue light glasses in the market, whether or not you suffer from a light sensitive condition, they've become so popular, right? And so I think that there's a lot of confusion out there on how much blue light is actually being filtered out. So when we compare our tint to glasses that are clear lenses, clear blue blockers, like some of the major brands out there, they're not filtering out nearly as much blue light as we are. And so that's why we call ourselves a therapeutic tint, because that's essentially what we are. So those clear lenses out there, don't get me wrong, they do filter out some light. It just depends. Some of them are between 2 to 3% of that blue light. But our tint essentially comes in, and because of the color and the precision and everything else that we, so attentively focus on, we're able to filter out between 75 to 80% of that blue light. And so that is essentially what delivers relief. And I think that there is, to your question, I think there is a lot of confusion out there on, different tints, colors, and what kind of wavelengths they filter out and how much blue light. And essentially, it's always good to ask. I always tell customers and patients alike that, if they are confused and they want to look around, always ask, how much blue light is actually being filtered out and at what wavelength, because that is truly what matters.
Okay.
Yep. And taking a look here too, one of the things that we brought up yesterday with Hart was, if you look, let me pull it up here on the screen, the styles of frames that you have. A lot of times with certain products, they'll come out with only one type of frame, which may not be to everyone's taste, to put it mildly. But what you guys have done is actually have created some fashion frames, and I put it up on the screen so people can see as well. So you're not locking people into any sort of one look.
Yeah, absolutely. We're super proud of our collection because it really has grown since the company started. We actually started with just a couple of different styles, and we were at the time more focused on function rather than form or fashion. But now we've grown. We've grown our styles, and there's a wide range of variety, as you can see. I mean, from people who have more smaller frame faces to people who have wider faces, and just for every type of recreational activity out there, or even if it's just, like I said, to be in the computer all day, which most of us do. But if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see that we have some of the sportier styles like the wrap. We even have a petite wrap. A lot of people who like to be involved in sports and just be outdoorsy and go on hikes and whatnot. That's the style that they prefer. And some of our styles actually have a curved lens. And this is another thing that makes TheraSpecs unique, is that the styles that have that curved lens, they just have that added protection. And some of those styles are like the wrap, as I mentioned, the pilot has a curved lens. Also our wear over style, which is actually designed to be worn over already prescription glasses, that adds totally like a whole layer of protection from the sides and from the top, because it completely blocks out the light from the top, and then it has extra little filter windows on the sides that you probably don't see it here, but if people are interested, they can go in there and they can see the full design. So, and then we also have a lot of custom options, so we can actually make TheraSpecs in your prescription. All you have to do is upload your prescription at the time of your order, and we can also make TheraSpecs in your own custom frame. Almost any custom frame, I like to add. So if you don't like our styles, or if you have just, a different taste, or just for whatever reason you have a different preference, we can, you can just go ahead and send us your own frame, and we can build TheraSpecs lenses for you.
Right. And so you can do prescription, which is fantastic. And one thing I didn't see here, what about sort of outdoor lenses? Do you guys do any of that?
Yeah, we do actually. So they're not pictured here in the main page, but if you go into each product, you'll see that there is an outdoor option. all of our styles come in an outdoor option. And the outdoor lenses are particularly unique compared to regular sunglasses because, for one, they're polarized. So they help with a lot of the glare that sometimes comes from being outside and, while driving during the daytime. And then also they have the therapeutic tint as well. So they look like regular sunglasses, but they have that therapeutic polarized tint. And so we really recommend for people that are looking for an outdoor pair, something that's good quality. A lot of brands out there, kind of like Ray-Ban and, I can't really think of another brand off the top of my head, but it is comparable to those brands just because of the fact that we have that therapeutic tint over it.
Right.
So highly recommended if you're an outdoorsy person. We have, like I said, and we can also make outdoor lenses in a custom frame. And we can oftentimes put a prescription in an outdoor lens as well.
Oh, cool. And I noticed too that you offer a bundle package here, so it's easier to sell that second pair.
Yeah, correct. So a lot of our styles come in a combo. So if you buy two, you save, some money there. And then right now we're also offering a discount to our conference attendees as well. So additional savings there as well.
Yeah, let me actually bring that up so people can see it. So you guys are going to offer 15% discount off their personal order through your website with the promo code NORA2020. And if people fill out a form in your booth right now to request a sample pair of the glasses along with patient information. So I think that's really key here, right? Because patients, it's good to have something in the office that patients can actually see and look through.
Absolutely. If this is, if this is something that calls your name and you have patients that could benefit from it and you work with tints, I've been listening a lot to, vision therapy courses and questions that have come in. Please visit our booth. We can send you a sample pair. We'll send you some brochures if you want as well so that you can pass those out to patients. And we even give you a discount code for your patients as well. So a lot of the times, you have to, it's best to try them on and see if it's something that works for you. And so because we don't actually have any stores, everything we do, we sell online. All of our products are sold online. We want to make sure that people find a way to try these on and see if it's something for them, because oftentimes we've heard from people that see that immediate sense of relief. And so just having that trial pair in your office can make a big difference for patients.
Absolutely. All right. Well, Gloria, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you so much for being a sponsor of the conference. It's been an interesting and unusual year, so we're very happy to have you on board to help us, get virtual, I guess, at NORA. So thanks again.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me, and I really think that you guys have done a great job with the virtual interface, so thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, guys. So I think we're just about at our end. I guess we can wrap up. So what have we learned over the past 2 days?
We've learned that there's a lot of things that ODs could do that some are doing, but many more could, at a very reasonable price and set themselves apart. I would just summarize it, Paul.
And they should write more and let the other ODs. There's 1,000 people, but there's 44,000 ODs. 1,000 attended this meeting, so there's over 40,000 ODs that know nothing about vision therapy or don't care about it, and you just want to create a market for it.
Mm-hmm.
So that should happen. And while I'm on the subject, to those of you that are listening in, please join ODwire.org and begin writing in our clinical forum. Just some observations, maybe a case history, just something to pique the interest, and there will be conversation going on once you start posting.
Yep, because as you all know, we can only stand so much dry eye. So something's got to give. We need something different. So yeah.
And And I do hate the Red Sox. I hate the White Sox, but I like his Sox.
There you go. All right. So, and I'd also like to, by the way, thank the folks at NORA for believing in us to be able to help them put on this conference, because it was by no means a sure thing that it was going to work, because NORA is definitely a very different kind of organization, usually requiring hands-on stuff. So thank you to them for working with us, and thank you to Casey and Deanne and Gary at NORA for helping us throw all this together. I mean, I think it's gone pretty well.
And for those who don't know, you're going to say the same thing. We'll be back in September for another C-Wire with 63 credits, I believe.
Yeah. And by the way, this NORA conference, if you're listening to my voice, is available on demand for the next month through October 31st, I believe. So you can go back and take the classes if you didn't get them the first time around.
And if you missed any of this show, this is going to be rotated through, right? It's going to be on now the rest of the day.
Yeah.
So anyone that missed the early hours can hear our pearls of wisdom and the speakers that we interviewed.
Yeah, this will be played on a loop, so this will be going on. So you can give it a shot there. So I guess that's it for the day.
Not to be on the Emmys though.
Yep. So.
Yep. Good job, everybody.
Yep. Yeah. So thank you guys for being here, and it's been a lot of fun. And I guess I'll see you guys both in October for the next version of CE Wire. But until then, stay safe, everyone, and I will see you online.
Okay. Bye, all.
Bye.